conversation. Oh man, we've got a great one tonight. LA is in the house. How you doing, brother?
Doing good, doing good.
Great, man. You're looking well. It's good to see you, sir. It's great to see you. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to make sure everybody knows how to get in touch with you. But I got to let everybody know that we're going to have a great show tonight. I mean, we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. I mean, it's heating up out here, man. It's really heating up. So before we even get all into it, let's let everybody know what's going on with you, how they can follow you, how they can get in contact with you. What's going on with you, sir?
Yeah, so for those that don't know, my name is L.A. Rhodes. You can just call me L.A. I'm an R&B singer. I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan, 616. I'm now currently based in Memphis, Tennessee, the 901. Grand Rapids and a Memphian from both. And right now, if you want to check out my music, you can stream it on YouTube. My hot new single, over 10K plus views, is doing thousands and thousands of views. It's on my YouTube channel right now, Just the Way You Are. Y'all got to stay tuned. We got a hot one for y'all.
Absolutely, brother. And I'm glad you brought that 616 because that's the deal, right? We're letting everybody know that it's something going on with that 616, where you're coming from and what you're really doing. But this thing is getting a little dangerous out here, man. I mean, when you look at it, it's like not just an industry thing, but we've seen stuff like this before, right? We've seen where, I mean, homeboy Biggie's not here. Pac is not here. I mean, we're going to have to get down to the real deal. I mean, do we follow the bag? Is it, what's really going on? So I'm looking forward to us really talking about this and really getting deep. You know what? I want to, before we even do that though, I'm just so proud of you, man. And just so excited that you're here. I just want to just let me just screenshot right quick a little bit of the LA vibe, man. This is, if you don't mind, man, you know what I'm saying? This is like, this major stuff that you got going on. So let me see what's going on here. My screen, put you out there like that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate all that. Much love, much love.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man. This is down in the description. We've got the links right there where you can see what's really going on. But this is the guy right here, man. This is where it's at. LA. Yes, sir. Just the Way You Are. That's the
Just
hot
the
new
way you
single.
are.
Man. And as you see, the brother's been doing it, man. 265 videos. Oh, you're killing it. Bro. You're making it happen, sir. You're making it happen. Man, so proud of you. That's what's up. So, hey, Just the Way You Are. And we're going to do more on this later. Okay. And by the way, there it is right there, right? That's the @LA_Rhodes. That's where they go,
It.
right?
That's it.
Man, that's the spot. That is the spot. So they jump right on that. Okay. Look, man, what are your vibes on this thing? I mean, what is really happening?
So first and foremost, it's great entertainment.
Okay.
It is entertainment. It's great entertainment. We're all enjoying it. We're all being entertained. So this is the entertainment industry. And if you want to look at what's actually going on behind the scenes, they're both musicians. They're both rappers. They're both artists. They're very competitive. That's just how hip hop is. It's a competitive thing. Since hip hop and rappers have been rapping, there's always been rap battles. It's
Mm-hmm.
competitive. And these guys are big time musicians, so they do have big time egos. Of course, and that ego actually does bring them to a certain level of success.
Mm-hmm.
It gives them a certain level of success. So when I break it down for you like this, if you look at other R&B groups such as the DeBarges, if you go earlier to NSYNC, if you go earlier to any type of rock group, you can see that they do split and break up. Is because those egos clash. And that's what's happening with Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Their egos have been clashing since the early 2010s. Drake was the first one to show him love by bringing him on tour. So that's what's really going on with this is these egos are clashing, and then you get two titans in the rap game, in the rap industry, that it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be must see
Mm-hmm.
TV.
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So if we do say follow the bag, if we talk about follow the money, then who's really benefiting from this? I mean, what's really at the bottom? And as we study this thing, what's really down there?
Yeah, exactly. Who's really benefiting from this? Obviously, it's Kendrick Lamar. He's the smaller artist. Drake just signed a $400 million deal with a label, and he's the one that is jeopardizing all those finances because Kendrick, he's riding this wave. Kendrick, he hasn't made put out a music video. It's been over a year, and now that he put these two diss tracks on his page, he's actually getting millions and millions of views in days because of this beef. So obviously he's benefiting because Drake was already getting millions and millions of views without the beef. Kendrick, without the beef, he was nowhere. With the beef, he's getting millions and millions of views. So obviously, Drake's the one that's got everything to lose, and Kendrick's the one that's got everything to gain because he's pivoting and positioning himself to use this hype for promo to his album.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And like you said, there's history to this, right? There's other people who have used these types of beefs, these types of battles, and wordplay. But my concern, and I hear you, bro. I mean, you're dropping the science, But my concern, is where this stuff could really lead, and if like homeboy Tupac, he didn't pull the trigger on Big. Big didn't pull the trigger on Pac. I mean, obviously one passed before the other, was murdered before the other, but you get what I'm saying. It wasn't them. You dig? I mean, you family out here, you got friends out here, you got, yahoos who want to represent for their guy. I mean, you said this and this is my guy. He's brought me through. His lyrics have brought me through some tough times. I lost my mom's, and that song got me through. Or I broke up with a girl and that song got me through. I mean, you got cats. I mean, these are multi-millionaires who've generated, let's say, billions of dollars worldwide. And then some other cat, like you say, for whatever reason, they popping reckless. And now you feel like, hey, that's not cool. And what's the next step? What's the next step? That's my concern. So are we really prepared to lose another legend, to lose another giant over this? Is that what we're saying?
Exactly. And the thing is, history does repeat itself, but the thing is, it's getting to a point that is crossing the line. This is going too far because neither one of them look good. They're just both talking crazy to each other. This isn't good for either or. It's not going to be a positive outcome for either one of them. And that's just looking at the history, because the last time we had giants like this, Kendrick versus Drake, it was Pac versus Big. This isn't a good look for either one of them. So you were onto a really good point when you were bringing that up. Can you expand on that a little bit more for me?
Absolutely. If you look at just like, let's just break it back down when you were in grade school, brother, man, I mean, you might 8-9 years old from the 616, right? But if you hear, hey, brother LA, so-and-so says so-and-so about your mans. Okay, now you're already in a spot. Okay, you come from a great family. You know how to be morally correct. You're not supposed to be in here fighting, get suspended, whoop, whoop, whoop. But you got to fight against all of that energy now because your man's has just been put in a spot. Just that simple. It's primal. It's nature. It's clicked up. It's like these dogs, man. I mean, as beautiful as the pups are, there's pack. There's a pack mentality. Okay, there's certain natural things, you dig? And so even 8-9 years old, me, we got to fight against that and say, but if I do this, okay, but what if that inhibition is gone? What if you don't have that reason to not bring it? Or what if you feel like there's more benefit to bringing it? But if I don't stand up for my man, if I don't, then they're going to say I'm a punk. They're going to whoop, whoop, whoop. Or now my guy is going to be out there by himself. I can't let that happen. So there's more of a benefit to represent in your mind, okay, now what it is? Okay, well, at that age, though, it might just be boxing in the bathroom. Enough said. Couple scratch bruises, whoop, 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 done deal. Maybe a bloody nose. But that's not the way the world is working right now. But it's that same instinct is what I'm saying. It's the same instinct that concerns me, that you and I both know when you connected, when you fammed up. I'm going to say it again. When you connected or fammed up and somebody's coming at your people, what's going to stop you from saying, dog, you shouldn't be saying that? Now, let me just, I love your question right there, because let's look like right here. I'm gonna bring up something for you, brother. I'm gonna bring something up right here. Let's take a look at this. Can you see? Let me make it a little better, because I want everybody to be able to check it out. Okay, so this is, I'm grabbing YouTube, just grabbing some lyrics from our situation, okay? But this right here is just pulling it from the Not Like Us. According to this, they grabbed the lyrics. So if you trust that,
yeah, that was
what you got there, man?
Accurate.
Okay, I think that Oakland show gonna be your last stop. I mean, man, you feel me? I mean, when we really start to slow it down a little bit, because cats are blazing, they throwing that true fire. But when you ask me a question like that, I'm like, yo, I'm listening to you, bro. I'm listening to you. And you just said, hypothetically, I mean, did you say it? I don't know. I mean, these are the lyrics according to, who's transcribing, allegedly, allegedly. But you feel me? It's in the flow and you bumping your head. But when you slow it down, be like, wait a minute, what'd you just say? I think that Oakland show gonna be your last stop, bro. But to be fair, my man Drake, bro, I mean the newest clapback, what's he saying in his latest? I slit your throat, allegedly, according to this transcription from this site, okay, allegedly, I slit your throat with the razor. Come on, L.A. I slit your throat with the razor.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where it's going to, because everyone knows music is a way of manifestation. What you put in your music comes to you. That's why you see Biggie, he had an album called Ready to Die. Look what happened to him. That's all Tupac was talking about. Look what happened to him. Look what they're talking about. They're talking about doing that to each other. So, I mean, music is definitely a powerful vessel to bring things into reality. So
fair use. Hey, man, look, these concepts. Now, let's say you're a tremendous K-Dot fan. Okay, let's just say. And you're a part of the millions, because some people say, well, why are y'all even talking about something like this? Yo, these are industries. These are corporations. These are multi-million, if not billion-dollar situations. They're influencing the entire generation. Holla if you hear me. I mean, there's no way to get beyond what's happened to Pac. If you were anywhere in that generation, that sticks with you.
facts.
That sticks with you. When Brother Big got murdered, that sticks with you. Something were to happen with this, but even the other hip hop greats that we've lost along the way, you can call the roll already. Since then, it's not like it hasn't happened since Biggie and Pac. We've lost some cats, some cats. Holla if you hear me. West Coast, Chicago. I mean, man, come on. We done lost some real cats. But this is where I'm with this. LA. If that is your man, K-Dot, if that's your man, and you hear this dude say, I slit your throat, allegedly, if he says, I slit your throat, now you gonna say, well, I'm gonna just let that slide? Is that what you're gonna say? If you feel like my man even remotely means it, you gonna let that slide?
Exactly.
I mean, come on, man. And if somebody's talking like that, let's just call the entourage, right? Let's just say, you rolling with a group of cats. I mean, if I see you, shouldn't it be on site at this point? I mean, if my guys don't ride on site, what do I got them for? I mean, on one side, you saying I'm a this and that, the other, and you got dots over my house. On the other side, you saying you gonna slit my, allegedly, I mean, how can it not be on site? How can it not be? You gonna just walk up on me? And I'm gonna be like, oh, that was just music. My kids listening to this. My family's listening to this. Millions of the fan base that I built my life, my career on is listening to this. I'm going to let it slide? Is that what I'm going to do? Is that what you going to do? This is where we at. And I don't know how we slip and slide out of that by just saying it's music. I don't know. Now let me ask you this though. Let me ask you. If it's all a joke, let's just say it's all entertainment, it's all just a joke. Let's just say that. Is it possible that you could talk this way, that you could use these types of words, and it was just a conspiracy? These guys had got together earlier and chopped it up. We're going to do this for record sales, get back, Is it possible on this level to talk the way they've been talking and it not be real? What do you think?
I think it's definitely possible. Would I bet money that that's what's going on? No, I don't think that's what's going on. But it's definitely possible because for example, what do boxers do? Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather, biggest example. They talk to each other crazy, use anything they can against them, go way below the belt with everything they say, box, and then after the match they're hugging. It's all for promotion in that sense. So is it possible? Yes, it's definitely possible. Do I think it's probable? No, I don't think it's probable. Because again, this beef has been going on since the early 2013s, 2010s, probably even a little bit before that. And I'm talking about subtle jabs, subtle lines here and there, poking each other. Somebody doing this, someone liking the picture of his other girl, just all type of little secrecies have been bubbling up to this moment. So this isn't just, okay, he dropped a verse on Metro Boomin's album as a feature. Kendrick dropped one verse dissing Drake. No, this has been years in the making.
Yeah. Let me slow you down for a second, bro. Let me slow you down. Why don't you go ahead and kick a little bit of the history, just for some of our audience who may not be up on what you were just saying. Slow that down a little bit and just kind of wrap it around the corner so people can just kind of understand some of where this comes from.
Yeah, so in the early 2010s, Drake was big, Kendrick was big. Drake was actually helping Kendrick out. Like, come on tour with me, get more notoriety. I'm gonna bring you on stage so you can do your songs. As time went on, the egos got too big. And what happened was Kendrick and Drake started to bump heads. And when that is being done, there is subtle jabs. Drake would release a verse with a little line here, shooting a shot at Kendrick. Come back, Kendrick would drop a verse, shooting a little jab at Drake. So they've been doing this subliminally over the years, over the decades. And of course, true hip hop heads have been onto this, analyzing it, breaking it down. But this goes way beyond just what's happening right now. So as the time has gone on, one of the big things was Kendrick, he got on Future's album. Now, Future is a guy that Drake has worked with, and they've done number one hits with each other. They've had a lot of success. So for Kendrick to get on Future's album, produced by Metro Boomin, and he straight up dissed Drake, saying all type of stuff about Drake. And then that was the final tipping point that made Drake want to go ahead and respond to that. And then ever since then, it's been record for record. Uh, and now we're at the point where there's dots over Drake's house. There's all type of crazy threats going on, and it's getting to a point where neither one of them are looking good at, because it's not looking good either way. They're throwing shade at each other, trying to make each other look bad as possible. Neither one of them are going to look good if they're constantly making each other look bad. No one looks good throwing dirt.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Thank you for that history. Thank you for that history. Speaking of history, the 616. So the audience needs to know, and Brother Troy is scheduled to be on. He's in the back. I can see him in the backstage right now. We're waiting for him to chime in, and we'll pull him up. But you talking to cats from the 616. So you catch the title. So we got the real ones coming at you from the 616. Can you feel me? So with that in mind, Brother LA's got the extreme insight because he's got the 616 and you've got the Memphis. Now let's tie in the Memphis to Brother Drake for those that don't know. Go ahead and break that down, sir.
Yeah, so Drake is mixed. His mom is from Canada, she's Jewish from Canada. His dad is a brother from 901 from Memphis. He's from Memphis. To this day, his cousins, his nephews are still in Memphis, in the music scene in Memphis. So I've met a lot of Drake's cousins through, a lot of Drake's cousins, a lot of Drake's nephews that they're still in Memphis because that's where Drake's dad is from. A lot of Drake's family is from Memphis. Drake um would come down to Memphis for the Heritage Classic. He would come down to Memphis for Memphis in May, which are big time festivals that music festivals that Memphis had. So before Drake was actually Drake as we know him today, he would come down to Memphis to visit his dad and his dad's side of the family during summers. So he's very tied in with the Memphis scene. That's why when he comes and does songs in Memphis, like for example, the 901 Shelby Drive song he did with Block Boy JB, another Memphis artist, he was so well received in Memphis. Because the thing is about Memphis is kind of like New York in terms of it's very hard to get into the music scene in Memphis. You have to either be from Memphis and be super talented, or you have to constantly be banging at the door and so they don't take no for an answer. So with Drake being from Memphis, he soaked up that music in Memphis and he was able to bring that and blend it with Toronto sound to create a whole new sound. And when it comes to sounds, because he has that base of music in Memphis, his dad was a musician in Memphis. So because he has that basic musicality from Memphis, he's so diverse and so talented as a music artist. So when it comes to developing his sound, he knows how to take others' sounds and make them as his own. That's why you heard the term culture vulture.
Mm.
Now, a lot of people frown upon that because it's like, okay, Drake, you're gonna see an up and coming artist, you're gonna sign them to your label and put them in the background and make them right for you so you can take that shine and take that sound and put your career higher. But at the same time, that's always been happening throughout history. I can go back to Thomas Edison. He would have his workers, his scientists working for his company, create all type of different inventions, and he would take the credit for it. But what does history remember? So
Mm-hmm.
you can take your own opinion on that. But the thing is, Drake has the ability to know what sound is popping and what sound is on the rise and what sound is hot and it's gonna be big. And he can get on that horse and work with the right people and work with the right artists to take that sound, learn from that sound, and develop it and put it out on his own.
So yeah, allegedly speaking, this has been the rap, right? That brother Drake is cannibalizing other artists' talent, right? I mean,
Yes,
that
he's
is
straight
the
up
argument
biting
that's
their
been
flow.
made. Wow, wow. And has there been a deep dive where cats who really are in the game, who really are scientists of this thing, are really saying, yeah, bar for bar, style for style, that's exactly what this guy is doing. Is that has that been done by the true scientists of the game?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can definitely go on YouTube or wherever, and what they'll do is they'll show you the original, and then right after that they'll play Drake's, and
Mm,
it literally is identical flow,
mm,
cadence, sometimes even the words.
mm. Okay, all right. Does any of that precipitate what's going on right now between the two of them?
I mean, Drake had beefs before Kendrick with other artists because they would call him out for having ghostwriters. A ghostwriter is someone that will get behind a rapper and create raps and give it to the rapper so they can rap it.
Mm-hmm.
In a hip hop community, that's very frowned upon. If you're a rapper, you got to write your own raps. I know in music in general, like R&B artists or pop artists, it's normalized that they do work with songwriters. But in rap specifically, you can't work with other songwriters. If you do, all your credibility is gone. So that is why a lot of people don't respect Drake as the true MC, as a rapper. And I think that's why he's got a chip on his shoulder to try to prove, okay, y'all think I'm not a rapper? Watch me take out Kendrick, one
Mm.
of the greatest rappers y'all think is the best rapper. Watch me take him out. And sometimes pride and ego, yeah, he might feel like he's in position because he's got the power. Kendrick's not hot right now. I'm hot. I got everything behind me. I got a team behind me. I got the ghostwriters, allegedly. Who knows if he does or not. But the thing is, he put himself in a worse position by even entertaining this.
You feel like he went down in order to deal with this?
Yes, definitely. He
That's
went
saying
down.
that's saying a lot. Now, are we saying, okay? I feel you. Are we saying status he went down because my man has the clout, because he has the worldwide, legendary fame, and he's broken the records, and he is Drake? I mean, you can't knock what he's done. He's done it, right? So I mean, he's legendary status, whether you like him or not. The numbers speak for themselves. But when you speak on him basically going down in this sense to deal with this in this sense, are you saying strictly on the basis of his status or on his actual talent?
He went down in terms of his height and his status. He was way up here in terms of his popularity, his fame, his status. Kendrick was down here in terms of his popularity, his fame, his status. So he came down here to battle with Kendrick.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm kind of getting a little extra spice in there though. What I'm asking you is talent wise, okay? Talent wise, did he come down? You mentioned that he may have picked homeboy K Dot because everybody recognizes K Dot's ability, his flow, his talent. Now, like you say, I'm gonna show y'all that I got it by going after him. But I'm asking you, inside of that thought, did he actually go down for the talent? Or is Drake's talent actually high enough that he could have punched like that? Or is he actually punching up to mess with K Dot?
So lyrically, talent wise, musically, as an MC, I mean, we've seen what Drake's done in battles. He's ended careers. Meek Mill, for example, he was going toe to toe with Meek Mill, song for song, battle for battle. Meek Mill, he's no slouch. He was a inner city hardcore Philadelphia battle rapper. And a lot of times at his battle raps, fights would break out. And he was on stage battle rapping, dominating it. And Drake went up against him straight up, record for record. And Drake ended his career. After Drake got done with him, Meek Mill didn't have a career. Literally, that's how bad it was. Drake's diss record on Meek Mill won a Grammy. That's how impactful it was. So in terms of just straight up MC talent wise, as a battle rapper, yes, Drake is top tier. Absolutely, he can go toe to toe with any MC. I mean, I think that's why he came down with his status to battle Kendrick, which would have been the ultimate test for him. Is so when you look back at his legacy and look back at his resume, you can add that to it. Yeah, he ended Meek Mill's career. Yeah, he took out Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, he had all these numbers. It just adds to his legacy. That's the only reason why I could see it would possibly benefit him.
Hmm. Okay, all right. Now I understand how we unpack that, because I'm looking for whether or not Drake's flow is really legendary and not just the status. That his talent is truly legendary and not just the status. Because if that's the case, then how does it benefit him at all? Other than just some talking points? I mean, it doesn't. What does it even get for you? Which goes back to, is it legit? What's really to gain here from his perspective, to the point where the razor to the throat? I mean, we gotta look at, like, how important is it to you? Because now it's the razor to the throat.
I mean, Drake wants to be the greatest of all time. So in order to do that, you've got to take risks. You've got to have a resume. And that's what I'm saying. Time is the test. In 20 years, in 15 years, in 30 years, in 40 years, it's going to be okay, Drake had this song. We all love this song. Oh, yeah, Drake, he dissed and ended Meek Mill's career. Okay, Drake dissed and ended Kendrick Lamar's career. That just adds to his legendary lure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we appreciate your insight there, brother L.A. We are also joined by the infamous Troy, CTR III. This guy, I'm going to just ask him to kind of stay on topic for a minute, because I know he's just ready to go into 1,000. I'm seeing in his eyes, he ready to just go off into some other. Okay, so I'm going to ask him to just bear with us for a second and work with us on this situation, and then we'll, jump off into these other things, because he going to go right into it, LA, if we let him. He going to just go off, and we got to, but we got to stay on topic for a second. So welcome to the great one, Troy, CTR III. It's a absolutely great and a blessing to have you both. We have LA and Troy in the house. What's going on, brother?
Troy?
What's up, B? It's good to see you, bro. Looking real grown up over there.
Thank you.
That's
yes, sir. Up. Yes, sir.
What's
yes,
up,
sir.
Ed?
Yes, sir.
Everything's good?
Everything's good. I'm gonna show you something right quick, man, and we're gonna get into a few things. So let me take a quick break. I'm gonna bring up something, so I want you to comment on it. So let me take a quick break, and then we'll jump into something else. Hang in there for a second, fella. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So, brother, check this out, man. Can you see this here? Now this is we're just grabbing it, okay? We're grabbing it off a site, so we'll just say allegedly. But Drake responds right here with this, and the part that LA and I were looking at is, "I slit your throat with the razor."
Okay.
Now, okay, so I mean, you bumping, you bumping, you bumping, you bumping. You know the music, you got the whole thing, right? But when you slow it down and actually dig into, wait a minute, what did you just say? What you got for us, man? Are we getting to a tipping point? Are we getting to a tipping point?
Unfortunately, I think they're exactly where they want to be. This is the direction that the corporations have allowed our music to go. We're old enough to remember at the age of 50 when hip hop was a voice of the community for the community. It wasn't the community attacking itself. It wasn't the community downgrading its women. It wasn't the community trying to put harm in an already harmful situation. In the beginning part, I feel like hip hop was a description of what people were dealing with, different situations that they thought may or may not be fair or congruent with everybody else was dealing with. Over time, once the disgruntled rappers started speaking about possibly responding to some of the negative behavior, they came up with an idea of gangster rap. And that is what we're watching now, is the evolution of that. While I'm listening to you guys talk about beef, I couldn't help but to think back to two of my favorites from the 80s, when a OG named Kool Moe Dee and a young upstart named LL Cool J had a beef. Sort of the old genre being challenged by the new genre. And nobody died, thankfully. You know what I'm saying? I think Kool Moe Dee's still out there. We know James Todd Smith's still out there. There's no other reference on the planet with any humans on this earth where they have music that speaks death into their community, speaks death into their people continually, on purpose. Now that I've said all that, you asked me about a tipping point where we're supposed to be. This is what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to, in this society, in this world, we're supposed to look down and not have value for people who have melanin in their skin. So killing them, watching them die, it's been a part of society since there was society. And we all take part. There's this cool song out right now by Gucci called No Diddy. And as far as I can remember, Diddy hasn't been charged with anything. As far as I know, what's happened to him is kind of illegal. But the people of color that are supposed to be with him are the main ones perpetuating this No Diddy narrative. We are our own worst enemies. Is it a tipping point, bro? We tipped over. It's all bad. We swimming in deep water, trying to grab each other and see who's gonna drown first.
Yeah.
There's so much there, man. There's so much there. LA, what do you think about what he's saying, bro?
I mean, yeah, I agree, because that comes back to the same point. Like, yeah, it's entertaining seeing Kendrick and Drake rap battle and have beef and have competition, but at the same time, none of them are actually winning because they're both throwing dirt on each other. And when you're throwing dirt on someone, you're never going to look good. So neither one of them are actually winning. They're both harming themselves.
And to maybe flesh that out a little more, I'm going to say we might not even like the beef. We might not even like the arguments. We've been brainwashed to believe, or maybe we've been starved from love so much that all we got is hate. So we got to learn to love the levels of hate. That's how deep it is. We don't like this. We're not violent people. Nobody wakes up and wants to kill another man. A real man wants to solve problems. You know what I'm saying? Protect, provide, help the people. You feel me? You want to look out for your parents. You want to take care of your little nephews and cousins, get them some juice or a barbecue or something. You know what I'm saying? To think that there are people out there that are looking for violence first, like that is our agenda. Lies upon lies, bro. Lies upon lies.
I mean, but if you look at it, Troy, that's violence. People are drawn to violence because
Are we though?
yeah, because it's people are drawn to violence, and I'm not even talking about just black people, all colors of people. That's why there's movies of people with swords slicing everybody. There's movies of people getting shot. There's war movies. There's war in real life. People are drawn to violence. It's a basic animalistic instinct. And when you look at what's going on, who has control of the world?
Who has control of the world?
I would ask some questions in this point. How many of us have access to any information outside of America? Do we see what they see on TV in Europe, London? Do we see what they see on the news? Like if we find a place in Europe that has a police force that walks around with no guns, do we have knowledge of what goes on in that society and how they're able to conduct that? Or do we just assume everywhere is America because what we see is given to us?
Now, that's a fair point, but if you do look at some European countries like Sweden, for example, every man is required to serve in the military for 2 years, and they're required to have their rifles in their house.
Yeah, but none of
So
them go to war. None of them go to war. Let's talk about that.
not recently, but there is a war going on in the Middle East right now. There is a war going on in Russia right now. There is.
Those
So
wars, sir, if you know what I know, were funded, started, and perpetuated by America. Now, from my research, we've had this fake enemy called Russia my whole life. Rocky fought him. Russia's been a bad guy, but we've never shot a bullet at Russia. Russia has never shot a bullet at us. So it's similar to Burger King and McDonald's being across the street from each other, and they're claiming competition when in fact their mere presences around each other promotes each other's business. They are partners. And I'm saying to you, as a young American, America is partners with Russia and China. There is nothing that happens between Russia, China, and America that is a mystery between the three. Now, you don't have to believe me, but you tell me who has the most powerful currency on the planet. And I'll tell you, those people sit down together and decide how no one else can sit at the table.
right, I'm not denying that, but if you look at it, this comes
Wait.
back to
Has that decision already been made?
Which decision?
When you say sit down and decide, I thought that board game was decided a whole. You know,
It's constant. Constant is
yeah,
never.
I mean,
never
but you
stopped.
know, but you know, well, I mean, I thought it was
Ongoing
rigged.
business, bro.
I thought it was rigged way before now.
I'm not
right?
saying it isn't, and I'm saying the evolution of this is just what we're seeing in our near future. But you can keep following it backwards because history is the only thing that can really flesh out the truth. And if we are such enemies with these people, then there would be conflict. And the fact that we can't find a conflict between us, then we have to be aligned, because we can't talk about conflict and never happen. We can't have, these mystery beefs with China and Russia and never have beef for real. We have beef all around them. We have beef with stuff in between them. Taiwan. I forget the name of the place next to Russia, but it's,
Ukraine.
I'm sorry, I missed all these details, but exactly, Ukraine. But my point is still the same. We never have a direct conflict. They're always subsidiaries, and the direct people that are in charge never get hurt. We're financing these wars, bro. We just sent $95 billion to Ukraine, to the Middle East, and to Taiwan because Taiwan wants to be separate from China. We create these things as they're almost like properties or spaces to do business. And then whoever wins these wars, whether it's literal or figurative or made up, they're the ones that then take the reins in that area. I was watching this old talk show. Well, it wasn't a talk show. I'm watching this game show yesterday. Oh, The Price is Right. I know you've heard of it. They give away prizes to people in this showcase showdown. Yesterday, the prize in the showcase showdown was a trip to Vietnam. Now, I'm going to let that sink in for a second to let you know that everywhere America's been at war, we've never left. And everywhere we've been at war, we've cultivated and turned it into a democracy with their vote. But what really has happened is we put a McDonald's everywhere. And I use that because we know McDonald's. And what that then does is Americanize everywhere. So Americans now can vacation somewhere. And that's all we're doing is colonizing the planet. That's all that's been going on since we've been on the planet. And it just changes hands of who the colonizers are. I'm sorry I get off topic, Sid. My bad. The conversation
you're good. This is dogs and conversation. So, it's good that you bring in your thoughts. It's good that you are looking to, to analyze these things on a deeper level. I already told Brother LA that that's what was going to happen when you came on. So, there's no surprise here. But you brought up a word, colonizer. You brought up a word that actually takes us right back inside of the topic, because as that is one of the words that Brother K-Dot has used to describe Drake. What do you think about that, LA?
Yeah, he said that he has some good points about it. And real quick, before I dive into that, it is true. Burger King and McDonald's promote each other. And that's exactly what's going on. Drake can be McDonald's, Kendrick can be Burger King. They're both getting millions and millions of views, and everyone is talking about them. And we're talking about them right now. So competition does get a certain level of attention that comes with it. The thing is it going to be healthy competition, or is it going to cross that line to not be healthy competition? And it's crossing that line. So when I think about
But I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to say this. I think and I believe the people in charge want that simultaneously, because both bring dollars, and that's the end game. So if there's death, there's dollars. If there's life and love and parties, there's dollars. But if you get both, there's double dollars. You feel me? We're not only selling albums and selling out concerts, but now we got some people shot outside the concert. So it's double. Now we got light skins mad at dark skins again. We perpetuating the same shenanigans that's been perpetuated through society. And we just gonna keep moving forward. But now it's just attacking another generation.
Yeah,
all you have to do is pay attention to history, and we keep repeating ourselves. And the problem is, bro, Sidney, B, is that we're not communicating with each other. Your 30-year-old generation's not talking to my 50-year-old generation and getting these jewels about history so you can know you're being bamboozled and we're
Yeah,
being separated. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So
exactly. And
go
then on
ahead.
top, yeah, yeah, you're exactly right. And then on top of that, the way Drake is sort of like colonizing the music industry is because they're actually using other artists' sound. So he'll go to Atlanta, he'll get on a song with Future. It'll get played in the club. He'll go to a 21 Savage, get street cred. He'll go to a Lil Baby, get lingo, get swag, get drip. He'll go to a little Yachty, get the younger audience. So he's using all these different people from Atlanta, all these different artists from Atlanta, the Atlanta culture to further his own career. And then on top of that, you can say he's learning from them, which is actually a good thing. A lot of people frown upon it, but on top of that, he's using other artists' sounds. So when it comes to colonizing, I kind of feel like that's a harsh term because he's just soaking up the culture and using it and applying it to himself. And to me, that's genius because you want to be able to learn and apply knowledge to make yourself better. To me, that's all he's doing.
I think you're right. And I don't think he invented it. I can go back to
Right.
another popular artist named Jay-Z who did the exact same thing throughout his career. Went over to every genre from California to the South. Certain stuff hit, certain stuff didn't. You know what I'm saying? But with them Southern boys, he had Big Pimpin'. You know what I'm saying? He had tracks out west. He had tracks in the South. You know what I'm saying? But it was like all that is just to sell. All this comes down to capitalism and the dollar. And if you follow it long enough, there is nothing else. And that's what I'm trying to say. All these things are illusions to get to the bag. What we see on the news promotes us to go get a gun and a security system, but somebody owns that stuff and they're benefiting from it. If there's a love fest or a rainbow fest, it causes you to hug somebody and buy some flowers, but it always comes back to the spending. And that is the agenda.
Let's look at this. we are on it. We're on it, brother Troy, and I appreciate LA, you know, where you're at with that. So I appreciate y'all. Let me just, because we mentioned this phrase here. So allegedly, not like us, lyrics according to this site, transcribing again. So, you know, allegedly, if this is correct, but there it is right there.
Yeah, that's some harsh words. And the thing about it is, Troy, he's actually getting into some philosophical thoughts. That's really what's some philosophical thoughts that's really penetrating what this beef is actually about. What Troy is saying, it if I'm wrong, please correct me. But what I believe, what I'm getting from it is this is an illusion that can manipulate the minds of the masses so they spend their dollar however the influencer or marketer wants them to spend it. So my rebuttal to that would be, instead of being a consumer, we need to break out of that consuming mind. Instead of going on our phones and scrolling and consuming content, or going on TV and consuming content, we need to break out of that mind. And what we need to do is look within ourselves. The kingdom of heaven is within. We need to use that to draw inspiration to create. So that way we have creation out there that other people can consume and spend with us. And that's what we're doing right now, Uncle Sidney.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Yeah, I think where we're at with that is that, you know, that's even been done before, right? I mean, you know, you check history and our people have done everything in every way, right? I mean, since the beginning of time, I'll say again, since the beginning of time, and some could even argue before then. Holla if you hear me. So it's nothing new for people of color to bring the genius, to bring the creativity. In fact, many have argued that if it wasn't for robbing, pillaging that which the original put down, you wouldn't have the so-called creativity that you see now. That a lot of it is a remix, holla if you hear me, of what we already put down. So I think what merges your point, LA, to what Troy is saying is that there's a hustle going on. The Bible says nothing new under the sun. So how is it that a group of people who have so much talent, so much ability, are continually behind? I think what Brother Troy is saying is that junk ain't no accident. And then we get ahead if we are fighting each other. I mean, is that the formula? The formula is not unity. The formula for the bag, the formula for being pushed by those who are in the position is to slit your throat with the razor, come at you and say this might be your last show. I mean, is that what it is? Is that the come up? As long as
seeing, to me, is just a variation of what used to be called buck fighting and slavery. And they did that for their enjoyment. And I guarantee you the people that own record labels and own streaming networks, they joke and laugh at how much money people make from a download, because they're getting a piece of it too. They don't care if Kendrick gets 1 million downloads or if Drake gets 1 million downloads. It's on their streaming site. So they getting 2 million downloads on the streaming site just from, you know what I'm saying, 2 artists. So it's not like it's really relevant to the powers that be. And I think that is the deal. That is the deal. We are puppets down here, and we have to learn to be our own independent thinking individuals and not be brainwashed, pushed, swayed, made to do things that are given to us instead of coming up with what we want for ourselves. Like, guys don't make love songs anymore is because love's not popular, or does it not make it to the mainstream because the mainstream don't want you in a happy family and you know what I'm saying, doing that thing? Because what did that produce? Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. We don't want to see that no more. So they promote another agenda that'll prevent that from happening. So that's why you have a whole LGBTQ community where you don't, you know, it's, you don't have to just be a man or a woman. You can be both. You can be whatever you feel like. You know what I'm saying? Because all that's going to do is stop the babies from coming, stop the families from happening, stop the thinking from going down properly. Confusion is the order of the day, and that's what the divide and conquer concept is all about. They have divided. Can I use divided in a past, post?
I heard it. I think you were clear. You were clear. Yeah,
the division has happened. It's divided. Over. You know what I'm saying? We are divided.
You created a word tonight. Divided us.
There it is.
I like
they
that.
do it in Webster. We are divided.
Let's put that in the Bible.
Flat out.
I mean, let's put that in the dictionary.
More
we need
creativity.
to write our own dictionary. Damn, trying to put one in there.
Okay.
You know, but let's go. Yeah, there you go, brother. Holla if you hear me. I hear you, LA. So let's take it on up, because God, right? God. Now, you know, let's take it on up. So the Tower of Babel, we're taught in the Bible, okay? And the people are being misled, and they are going the wrong way, and they are united in their funk. They're united in their evil. And God, according to the scripture, God causes the confusion. God brings a rift in action. But the scripture also says God is not the author of confusion.
I don't know if God.
How do you reconcile that?
In that situation?
Okay, break it down.
I think humanity, if I'm remembering the story correctly, and I'm not going to say I read it yesterday, but I've read it more than once. And if I'm remembering it correctly, humanity had gotten so arrogant within themselves that they decided with their technology they was going to get to heaven and see what it's all about.
Okay. And then
as they started to build and make progress, God started seeing this rebellion against him.
And then
what we're calling chaos, they were struck with different tongues, meaning,
which was what?
I'm not saying it's chaos, but what it was a separation timeout. I'm
It was
separating y'all
God. It was
because y'all
God
got
bringing.
together.
It was right. But wasn't it God who brought the confusion? Because now they could not communicate with each other. They could not understand each other. They were
Not
no longer
everybody,
able.
but the ones
They were
that could speak. Let's just throw some languages out there. Let's say God
all
threw
right.
down Chinese and, you know
All
what I'm
right.
saying, Arabic and, I don't know, Kuala Lumpur, whatever Asian stuff you speak. Those people that could speak that language all grouped together. The people that
Okay.
couldn't, they grouped with the other groups. So yes, there was confusion, but let's call it organized confusion. You can't work with them no more, so we're gonna separate y'all into some different groups and then send y'all on that way.
All right.
And
So
it might have
isn't
confused them
it
to the point where they couldn't figure out how to jump that barrier to get back into the congruence of building to heaven, but they did have enough to get off that wall or that whatever they were building and go along their merry way and get back to living.
okay? But the side of the point that I was going at is that isn't it true that according to Scripture, God is the one who caused the separation. God is the one who, as a consequence, so they're doing A, B, and C, and God then says, you will no longer be able to do that effectively because I'm going to separate your ability to be united.
Yeah, I'm with that.
All right. Now this is not a structure, this is not a solution or a consequence that most people would attribute to God, that God is a separator. Okay? We want to believe that God is this ultimate uniter. That's not what Sid says. That's not my understanding of what the Bible says. Be ye therefore separate. Come out from among them. Okay? If there's a children of Israel, holla if you hear me, then they were told to do what? Come out from, don't do what they are doing. Separate yourself. Circumcision, the this, the that, these are signs of what? You are different. You're not supposed to even be getting down with them. You're not supposed to walk with them. I mean, even later in Scripture, we were taught about the world, right? And your flesh, that these things are against God. What I'm getting to is who is really uniting and who is really dividing. Do you understand? Because right now, if K-Dot is saying that Drake is a colonizer, then he's putting him in a certain camp. But is Kendrick in the other camp? Or are they both in a certain camp? And who's on God's side?
Well, if I'm understanding what you're saying, I'm going to say it like this. They're both in the camp of division. You and I were discussing on another time, and I told you that the problem is the separation. The problem is that, you know, on the island of Haiti, you go to the other side and they call it the Dominican Republic. We on the same island in the same ocean under the same sun, but I'm Dominican and you're Haitian. The idea of separation is what has gone too far for too long. And we need to get back to identifying as a group. And our group is Earthlings on planet Earth. No more, no less. We're not black. We're not white. We're not this. We're not that. All that shenanigery. You know what I'm saying? And we know it, but we've gotten comfortable in this division. This division gives us something to do. This division gives us something to say. Oh, man, I'm from Eastern and Franklin. Oh, no, I'm from Bates and Union. You know what I'm saying? Come on, clown. You from Grand Rapids. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but you're walking right into where I'm still saying I'm to the left of that point a little bit. I'm still saying that maybe it's more godly to be divided than to be united.
In some circumstances, definitely. There's no argument there, bro. Yeah, we need to separate
Where
ourselves.
where does God say because we're all in the human family that we're all family?
Love
Where
your
does
neighbor
God
as
say
yourself.
that?
100%. When the dude
Well,
asked
that's
Jesus
not what
what's
I
the
just
most
said.
important, huh?
That's not what I just said.
What you
Who's
mean?
your
That's not what you
neighbor?
said?
Who's your if hold on. Let me turn that corner and then you can disagree. Okay, let me turn the corner before you disagree. If you have completely separated yourself, like let's say my premise is correct, you're to separate yourself. Okay, so now if you separate yourself and now you are only with the believers, then I ask you again, so now who's your neighbor? If you did what I said before that, now who's really your neighbor? But if you didn't separate yourself, then yeah, your neighbor is any Tom, Dick, or whatever.
It's even
Holla if you hear
separated,
me.
I think it's the same. I think because in that same idea that you're bringing, you can't bring judgment into that, because once again, we still can't judge. We still are not in judgment. So although we might know those are sinners over there and they doing something against God and we not down with it, God also told us no judgment and then leave that up to him. So we still got to come.
Wait a minute. Wait. The word judge has got to be understood there. But you do agree when you brought up the other alphabet, the LG, and when you brought all that up, right?
Yeah.
So you do understand that there's a Sodom and Gomorrah. There's a history to these things.
I get it. To
okay.
All that is against God. I get it. I'm not saying partake in it, but if we all at the table, I'm gonna pass them bread just as I'm gonna pass you bread. You feel me? If they hungry, I'm gonna feed them. If they naked, I'm gonna clothe them, whether they doing wrong or not. You feel me? Because that's the God part. God didn't turn his back on nobody. Jesus sat with the lepers. Jesus sat with everybody. He sat with the lowest.
That's where we disagree, bro. That's where we disagree, because there's still a heaven and a hell, and there's still light and dark. And the Bible says that light has no fellowship with darkness.
So
okay,
who was
so
there's still he was kicking it with the Sadducees and the Pharisees, or he was kicking it with the lowest and the thieves? You know what I'm saying? Who was he schooling?
Now that's a different point. When you say who's he schooling versus who he's kicking it with, those are two different things, right? You will agree with that, right?
They're synonymous. They're synonymous.
No. And that's part of why.
If I'm in there tipping over tables in churches, I got a crowd that's with me and I got a crowd that's against me, but I'm with everybody. If I'm preaching on the side of the mountain and I'm breaking fish and bread, there's some people there that's with me, and there's some people there that ain't buying what I'm saying, but I'm with everybody. If I'm walking through the crowd and somebody's touching my garment, or if I'm being arrested by Herod's people, Jesus never changed his rhythm. His rhythm was consistent from the time he hit the planet. And that's where we need to be. We need to get that.
And then to further support the truth of what I was saying, I was talking God.
And I'm talking God too.
Well, you were talking Jesus on earth.
He's God.
I was talking about what God told the children of Israel. So apples to apples, oranges to oranges.
You're talking Old Testament.
Well, just hold on. I'm just saying, to be fair to what I was saying, that I was talking about what God said to the people that he said, according to scripture, were his people. That according to scripture, God said, these are my chosen people. God, according to scripture, did not say all you folks that have breath, all you folks that are walking on the earth. Okay, according to scripture, that's not what happened. That there are sides, which takes us back to our topic tonight. There are sides, right?
I'm gonna tell you my problem.
There are camps.
My problem.
Okay.
Maybe you can help with my problem. My problem is I know the whole story. I read the whole Bible. So for me to go back and pick out a piece of the Old Testament and speak to that without knowing that Jesus came in and put all that down and made it simpler to where all you got to do is believe in him, it's hard for me to separate the story when I know the whole story. I know what you're saying, and I know what God said.
Jesus didn't say what you just said either, though, bro. Jesus said, I came to fulfill the law. Not to end the law. That's what we now interpret that junk to be.
No. He
But
fulfilled
Jesus
it, but he
himself,
fulfilled it by making it the only requirement you had to do was believe in him. He was the thing.
not true. Not true.
What?
Not true. Not true.
What?
Not true. Jesus is not saying the only thing you've got to do now, forget about everything else God has ever said. The only thing you got to do is just believe on me. That's the only thing you have to do. There's nothing else you have to do.
What else you got to do? Tell me what else you got to do.
Okay, so wait a minute. Let me back up. Let me back up for a second just to make sure we're clear, because we might be saying the same thing in a different way, or we might still be disagreeing. Okay.
I don't know if we're disagreeing. I think we fleshed out.
I guess. All right. But just to flesh it out so that I understand if we're talking about the same thing. My view of Jesus, according to Scripture, is not that he came to be against the Father. So whatever the Father put down, whatever the Father put down in what we call the Old Testament, even though that's not what it was, but whatever the Father put down, who we call God,
the law.
I never saw him saying that I came to go against what my Father told you.
I agree with that. He's never
what my Father told you is in some way wrong, and I'm here to set the record straight.
No, not at all. I'm not saying that.
All right. Well, then if that's the case,
he came in to make it easier for us because we was weak, pitiful humans. And he came down and showed us an example, like, I'm going to go ahead and be human for y'all so I can show y'all that even though this is difficult down here in this humanity and there's persecution and there's loss and people going to lie and steal and all that, I'm going to show you that you can get through it without sinning.
And all right, we're gonna bring Brother LA into this, but let me ask you a question. We're gonna bring Brother LA into this and keep it going. But let me ask you this, brother. Let me ask you this. Is it possible that God's law, God's commandment, God's consequence for humanity when it came to sin was sacrifice? So throughout the Old Testament, as we call it, there's a lamb, there's blood being shed, there's sacrifice to cover sins. Is it possible that Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice, that God allowed his son to shed blood to cover our sins, which is the same formula that God was already using before Jesus showed up? That Jesus, instead of going to the bush, instead of grabbing from your farm and taking that lamb and slaying it on the altar, that Jesus came, that you don't have to now slay the sheep. He's the lamb. He's the ultimate sacrifice, because God's formula was always bloodshed. You have to have blood being shed to cover sin. Now that's the God of the Bible that we read about, although nobody wants to use the word blood. Why are you drinking it at communion? So that Jesus is the ultimate sacrifice.
I agree with everything.
My question to you is isn't that the same formula, the same pattern? There's no change here other than the fact of he comes to be the sacrifice.
Right. I agree. I agree 100%. The sacrifice for the entire planet, the entire humanity. Never have to sacrifice anything else. All we have to do is believe that Jesus was that sacrifice. That's the qualification. That belief.
Qualification for what though? What does that get you?
Salvation. The belief gets you salvation.
All right. Now let's say we agree. Let's get a check mark. Let's say that gets you the check mark. That belief on, if you accept that blood. That's propitiation. If you accept that blood to cover your sins, that you get the check mark of eternal life. But does that mean that your work here on earth also is complete?
No.
That you have no more do's and don'ts. You have no more what you should do, what you shouldn't do. I'm going to say it again. You have no more what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Because you've got that check mark, does that mean that you can just wild out now?
Not at all.
Okay. Well, then there's still work to be done, right? Well, once again, the example was to
try your hardest in your life to get away from sin. Whatever that is. If you overeating, if you slapping chicks, whatever it is, stop doing it. And everybody got a different thing, a different cross to bear, if you will. But that's your requirement down here. Your requirement is not to fix Troy. My requirement is not to fix you. My requirement is to work on me and be that example to you to say, look what I've corrected in my own life. And look how I've done it with the help of the Lord. You also can do this. Boom. This is how it's done. That's it.
All right. Well, we're still kind of missing each other a little bit. But brother LA, what you got on this?
I don't see we missing each other, but go ahead.
Well, hold on, brother LA. I apologize. Well, yeah, Rhodes, because this is why. Because if you say that Jesus is the perfect example, then earlier when you were saying he was hanging out doing this and that with the people, quote unquote, of the world, well, then you say, but my job is not to change Sid, but you say Jesus is the perfect example, and your point was that Jesus was out there trying to change these folks. Then we missing each other. He wasn't
out there changing them. He was letting them know that they're still part of this. People with leprosy were separated from the community. People with what they call demons in them, or what we might call, I don't know, multiple sclerosis now. Who knows what they were calling it back then? My only point is saying that he was dealing with other people than the top notch. The Sadducees and the Pharisees were the well-dressed. They were in the churches. They had the money. Okay. Jesus wasn't sitting there with them fools. He was out and about in the community. And that's all I'm saying is when he was with the other folks,
did both.
He was out drinking.
He did both, because like you said, it was in the temple kicking over the tables. So he did both.
He's educating them on their wrongdoings. He's educating them on how they are not higher above anybody else because of some knowledge they've acquired from reading a book. And we're in the same situation now.
So he's drawing the line and showing the proper way. And as he's speaking, he's dropping scripture,
he's showing
parables.
Community. He's showing that we're all together on planet Earth together. There's no high, there's no low, there's no middle, there's no whatever. There's just your circumstance. And in any circumstance, if you bring God into it, it can be better. That's what I believe Jesus was showing. And the whole time, God is available to you if you just seek him. He out there.
Okay. So I think we have two different timings, right? Like if you say that is available, then it's very hard to argue with your point, okay? That it's available for people to accept, all right? But now if you don't accept, no one should be under the false idea that if you haven't accepted this truth, that you're on the same team because you're still a human being. It's not true.
I don't think I go against that. I'm not going against that.
All right. Brother LA, what you got?
So I believe recently that if you're going to be under grace and you take moments of discipline to also be under law, you can have, God will bless you with more wisdom than normal. For example, it says, I believe it's Leviticus, it gives you instruction on what to eat and what not to eat. This is before Jesus, of course, so this is under law. It says, you can eat animals with a split hoof, but they must chew the cud, for example. So no pigs, no frogs, stuff like that. So I took that, 30 days of following under the law. Of course, I'm already under grace. So I believe that time of having double, it has shed more wisdom, and God has blessed me more wisdom because of that. So I just want to share that with you guys.
And for me, if I can speak to that, I'm going to say cool, because I can't say it didn't happen for you. And for me, in my position, I believe your belief is everything. Your faith is everything. So if you believe what you're saying, then it really did happen. Does that make sense?
Of course.
And how can I come in and say, oh, no, B, you didn't read that right. You didn't interpret that right. No, you didn't. I'm down with you, bro, and I applaud you. And I think the main thing is seeking a relationship with the
Well,
Creator.
before you get into that, Rose, I have to interrupt you for a second, please.
Go ahead.
Please. I think that if what he did worked, I think you still have every right to congratulate him on the truth of it or challenge him on the truth of it. And that's with anyone dealing with God. I don't think that what you just said should be like just put out there like that, bro, because that we talked on this show before when you stood on the point and I agreed with you. People are just doing their own thing then if that's the case and say, well, just because I believe that it's okay to live this way or because it's working for me to, have this type of so-called family situation. I mean, you've stood on that point and you made it clear and I agreed with you, right? So if LA does this, just because he believes that it's the right thing, I don't think we should say that it's the right thing just because he believes it. If we believe that it's true or if it is true, I think that's when we tip our hat and say word, right? I mean, to what he just said, I don't have any problem with what he just said. But overall, what if he says something different? Are we still going to be like, yo, as long as you believe it is good? Is that really what we want to say?
Well, when you're putting it like that, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying whatever you believe
word.
is cool. So just to flesh that out, that's not what I'm saying.
All right, word. That's why. Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure we clear on that. Okay, word. All right, I interrupted you, bro. Go ahead.
Well, no. You cool with that, and maybe I should expound a little bit on that. What we believe and what I read in the Bible is truth to me, but I also know man's had his hands in things, and if you follow what we call organized religion back far enough in each discipline, whether it's Baptist, AME, Islam, there's going to be a man there. The Bible, in my opinion, doesn't speak too much to religion. It don't tell you to go be a Baptist. It don't tell you to be an Episcopalian. You know what I'm saying? That's man-made. Spirituality is what the Bible's speaking on, a connection with the Creator. And I don't think that has a title. I don't even think we are addressing that out here in society. This stuff we addressing out here is what we've come up with. You know what I'm saying? Churches, buildings, you know what I'm saying? Building fund. We need this money. The pastor need another plane. Whatever the case is, I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. Some of this stuff is questionable. And we've been living in it and accepting it because we grew up in it. But as we grow as men and get to a point, this stuff is eerily familiar to the Old Testament that we tried to get rid of, that we tried to say, just because you read this don't make you better than somebody that didn't read it. God is gracing all of us. God is covering all of us. You know what I'm saying? How are you above us? Why are we bowing to the Pope? What's going on? But
so the wisest man, the wisest king, one of the wisest kings of all time, which was King Solomon, God used him to write Proverbs. In the book of Proverbs, he says, go to the sluggard, go to the ant, you sluggard. So that means going to the ant, you sluggard. If you look at the ant, literally a black ant, 24/7, there's ants always searching for food, working, doing some type of work. They're always working, a worker ant. So when King Solomon said, go to the ant, you sluggard, he was talking to say that the lazy man is the abomination to the Lord. God hates a lazy man. So if you're on your mission every day and you're putting in work every day and you're not being a sluggard, then that pleases God, according to King Solomon. King Solomon was so wise in his time that all the kings of the world, kings and queens of the world, would come to him with lavish gifts just so they could be around him and soak up some of that wisdom. So with that being said, to me, when I read the book of Proverbs, I take that seriously because God blessed him with wisdom and he was one of the richest men of all time. And we have this connotation that just because you're rich or you have a lot of money, oh, you're evil. You're not godly. No, God blesses his children with wisdom, and with wisdom comes glory and riches. There's nothing wrong with that. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with being financially stable. I do think putting anything before God's agenda is the problem. And I think we've all experienced enough people that value things over substance. They would rather have a nice car than to hold the door for an older woman, or, you know what I'm saying? It's just some things should have priority over other things. And I
But
think
don't you think we can have both? We can be rich and still hold the door?
I do think that. I do think that 100%. But unfortunately, in this society, the world we live in, sometimes the methods to get to that level of finance can compromise your integrity with
Facts.
your
And King,
relationship with God.
yes, and
And
King Solomon,
if you can get to the bag without doing that, by all means, brother. But if you
yeah,
gotta cut any corners, whether we see it or don't see it, that's the problem. That's the
yes,
problem.
and
So if
King
you have
Solomon says that. He says in the book of Proverbs, God says, unjust scales are an abomination to God. Also, he says, what was the other one? A good name is to be chosen over riches. And
yeah,
another good point is that I just want to throw out there is he says it is better to live in the wilderness. That means out in the woods by yourself, no electricity, no nothing, out in the wilderness, than to live in a house with a contentious woman. Woo!
yeah,
Come on now.
yeah, yeah. Proverbs has
I'm
a
hearing
lot of
I'm
great
hearing I'm hearing
wisdom.
rooftop. I'm hearing rooftop. Uh, is there another passage where the rooftop is used on that? L.A.
I don't hear rooftop in Proverbs. Is that a different book?
No. Let me. While y'all doing that, let me look for a second.
Okay, put it up on the screen if you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all continue that thought right quick. Let me run
Yeah,
this
so
for a
what are your
second.
thoughts on that, Troy, in terms of the contentious woman versus living in the wilderness? It's better to.
Look, anything that's in the Bible, I'm gonna say word is bond, flat out. Now, to flesh it out a little more, I'll tell you what me and Sid chopped it up about on another time. And this is my perspective on anything to do with the man. For me, the success or failure of a relationship is in the man's hands. If a relationship succeeds, it's because the man put in the right work and made it succeed. If a relationship fails, it's because a man has somehow dropped the ball, stepped off the path. Now, I'm telling you all that to say that for me as a man, and whether you know or not, I've made a lot of mistakes. And in those mistakes, I've had to take ownership. And in ownership, you can never be a victim because that makes you powerless to change something. So when I'm telling you, okay, the man's responsibility is this, the man's responsibility is that, I have to take that power because now it gives me the power to correct it and be better. And that's the part that I think we got to grow to, is knowing that we have the ability to get better and
Yeah,
not to rest on our laurels and just accept what is. I think so many of us see so many things and oh, that's not my deal. That's not my fight. We're in our bubble. We're in our world. But we're all connected. You know what I'm saying? 6 degrees of separation is real. You know what I'm saying? And we're connected to the entire world, flat out.
absolutely. And the thing is, if you're gonna be a man and be the man of your relationship, the man of your household, the man of your vision and your business, you've got to be a leader and take that accountability. Whether you're right or wrong, you've got to take that. You gotta.
And
You can't. You
100%.
can't. You can't point the finger. That's just being a leader, and God made man to lead.
And just so I can point that out, because this had to be pointed out to me when I was your age and talking like you. My dad said to me, Troy, you're absolutely right. But the 100 component of being a leader and a man is service to everyone.
Facts.
And that's
Because
it.
if you're not providing value, then what are you doing?
Well,
You're
there's a reason
useless.
why Jesus has the time in there when he's washing the disciples' feet. He's trying to show them that even as the leader, my job is to make sure that every one of my charges is taken care of. You know what I'm saying? That's my responsibility, not to be out front and I'm in the Bentley and you in some Honda Accords. I'm supposed to make y'all in the Bentleys first. So when we talking about the bag, B, and we talking about setting people up, you're not doing it to set yourself up. You trying to lay a foundation so your parents can be comfortable. You laying a foundation for them babies behind you so they road will be easier with any endeavor they try to get into. And that's
Your
the
children's
man, though.
children. So
That's
I'm
it,
gonna
bro.
bring it. I'm gonna bring it back to Proverbs. King
Always.
Solomon said to God, and King he wrote down. God said in the book of Proverbs, "A good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children."
How deep is that, family?
Word.
And I'm gonna tell you,
That's
your
good
kids
stuff.
is young. You ain't even thinking about grandkids yet, but that's your mission right now. When you talking about chasing the bag, you're not chasing the bag for you, B. Like I'm not chasing the bag for me. I've been thinking I was my whole life, but I've never have been. I've been chasing the bag for these babies that, you know what I'm saying?
For the legacy.
For the
Let
legacy.
me grab this right quick so we don't have to keep broadcasting all these ads that are a part of this. Okay, so we're grabbing this here, Bible Gateway Fair Use Commentary. From my understanding, LA, it's the same chapter where you were also at, Proverbs 21, and I believe you're at 19. Okay, better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. This is NIV.
No, that's not the one. That's New
Well,
International.
I think right. I think you want
Okay.
the King James, which is fine. Which is we can do that
New
too.
King
We
James
can.
version is
You like the new King James? Okay. Well, but this is when I was hearing what I said was actually in the same chapter, which is interesting. But
I just
within the
had a
same
$1 million
chapter,
idea. Let me know when
better
you
to
want.
live on a corner of the roof, right,
Yep.
than share a house with a quarrelsome wife.
the different versions. I mean, it's still God's word, but depending on which
Well,
Well,
one
the
you read.
thing is,
before we get on
it's
the
how you
versions,
get it.
I just wanted to make sure to grab the
Yeah.
context of the fact that either way, to Brother LA's point, that is clear. It's still clear that God is saying that you dealing with this contentious and quarrelsome wife, that ain't no fun. That's a problem. That's a major problem. And it'd be better if you were living on the rooftop, or as Brother LA said, it'd be better, according to Solomon, who we attribute with this scripture, that he would be out in the woods somewhere than dealing with that nonsense. So just so we know. Okay, go ahead, Troy.
Well, you know my comedy chops is still in place, even though I don't smile unless I'm talking to y'all.
All right.
So the $1 million idea is they have all these different versions, New International, King James. We need to really flex on that Ebonics version. I promise you that'll change the world. Just thought I'd drop it on you. Y'all let it marinate. But there was going to be an Ebonics dictionary, but the educated black folks got offended because they felt like it was a denigration to us. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is, if you go down south, there's a different dialect in the smaller cities of Louisiana and Mississippi than there is up here. And you need to know how to speak both. Ebonics Bible would be super gangster and would sell billions of copies. Just thought I'd tell y'all, but
Make it happen.
Right.
It ain't for me. I'm the
here's your
idea guy.
verse, brother LA. Here's your verse right here in the New King James. I don't agree. I agree that it would sell. I agree that, but all these different versions, I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. And I'm not saying personally, I was raised. We were all raised 616. We were all raised 616. By the way, what is 616? That's where the title's coming in at. But okay. So King James is what I was raised on. But I can't even totally vouch for that. So it's just all these translations, is big money, but they're not. It's not the same. You cannot say that all these different versions are giving you the same word. Look right here. Look, man. I mean, look at all that I could choose from right now. I mean, even before we make the Ebonics one, right? I mean, all these different versions. Yeah, that
I hear you, bro.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. And you cannot tell me that every one of them is saying exactly what God wanted them to say. It's impossible.
See, now that part I don't know. I can't put impossible and God in the same sentence. It's just
anything is possible.
Okay.
KD
So fair point that with God all things are possible. Fair point. To my point, they're not saying the same thing. And if God said something, then there should be enough value there that it doesn't get tampered and brought through the mud by whatever people normally, or in that contemporary time, this is the way we would say it. And then 1,000 years later, people have no context for that. And it means 10 different things, because in reality, that's what's happened. So your point,
I'm not going to disagree with you.
Hold on for 1 second. To your point, I agree. It's not impossible with God. However, the reality is that's not what happened. You cannot say that God has instituted, for the billions of people that have read scripture with all these different translations, that has actually turned out that way, where they all said and meant the same thing. That's not what happened. So is it possible that God could have done that? Yes. Is that what happened? No.
I got to leave that there then. I got to leave that there.
We lost LA for a second. I think he's charging something up, maybe. He might be charging it up.
Okay.
But do you think that these things are saying the same thing?
What I believe,
when you look at them?
What I believe is this. I believe God meets you where you are. So somebody reading one of them versions, whether it's in the seedy hotel and they reading the Gideon Bible and they need that verse to make them make a right choice, I think God meets them there. If it's the New International Version in the airport and somebody's really seeking, I think they find. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not going to say your point is being missed. I'm not saying that the words are changed. I'm not saying things have not been altered or whatever. Humanity is involved 100%. But God is still God, and I think I got to give him credit for being God and doing things, because it wouldn't have got to us. What we've learned about what happened during the era of King James and when that Bible was being translated, we feel a way. We feel a way about his kingdom. We feel a way about how he was with his mama. We feel a way about a lot of stuff with that man. But at the same time, he ain't God. In regards to what he tried to do, God made it through that era, because God was before that era and continues after that era. Have people been saved from these versions? I would argue salvation has still been gotten through these versions. Are they exactly? I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know they're not exactly the same. You know they're not exactly
the original writing. I'm not sure we getting the original text.
I
You
didn't,
know
and
what I'm saying?
I'm surely not sure of that, and that's my whole point right there. That's the whole point. And if we're
And then
talking
the
about, I mean,
books that are
even
missing,
me
if they say
honoring,
that they're out there, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know, bro. It's a lot that we don't know, but I think over time I've had to just accept what I don't know because man, you spin yourself out. You got to stick to what you do know. We on the right team. God is with us. We with God. Outside of that,
okay,
I'm praying for the
if I'm gonna honor you, all right, I'm gonna honor you, and I respect you. Like earlier when I, said apologize interrupting, I wanted to straighten something out, get something clear because I honor you in the words that you use and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, that's human, that's family, that's love, and we're gonna do less for God. I mean, I want to get your words straight. I want to hear exactly, get the context. I want to know exactly what you meant. And you're a human like I am, right? At least we think we are, or something like that, whatever we happen to be on the real side. But God, we're going to do less with that? No, I'm
bro.
saying that if it's important to get the exact word for what a human said, you got to quote me right. You got to get me, exactly. That's not exactly what I said. If you go to court right now, right? I mean, what's the testimony? What's the truth? We got to get an exact recording. Otherwise, no, that's inadmissible, Your Honor. That's hearsay. They didn't really say that. Now, these are for human beings. Now we're
So
talking about the creator of the universe
I'm not gonna argue that. I think
who didn't even bring this to these people in English. Back to our Tower of Babel discussion. This didn't even come down in English at all.
the only
Not a
way I
word.
can address that argument is to go back to being a kid and knowing that you've done something wrong. That moment when you feel weird in your gut. Nobody had to teach you that. Nobody had to point that out. I remember when I felt it, I had to be young. I don't know how old I was, but I had to realize that, hey, I've done something that I feel like I'm not supposed to do, and I feel weird for doing it. I'm bringing that up because I'm saying that's God in us. No one had to teach you that not asking for something or turning a light off without, or whatever it was that made you feel that queasy feeling that we feel when we do wrong. The knowledge is in us. We know what we're supposed to do and how we're supposed to do it. Sin gets in the game. Trauma gets in the game. Whether it's your direct sin or an abusive parent that had some sin in them and they done sinned on you. So now that's making you a type of way. Humanity has a way of trying to strip away your connection with God that is inherent. You already have it, whether you know you got it or not. These people that don't believe in God, God is still looking out for them, whether they believe it or not. Now, whether they get to heaven, that's on their belief system. But I'm saying God, grace and mercy is hitting all of us, man. It shines on the just and the unjust. It ain't no I'm only blessing those believers, God blessing everybody. God taking care of everybody. That being said, man,
I
we
don't.
don't need the exact
I'm
words.
falling.
Nope.
I'm falling off. I'm falling off again, man.
You don't think so?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of putting everyone in God's family because I don't hear God doing that.
You don't think God has got grace on everybody on the planet?
Well, the fact that cats, no, give me a second now. Okay, give me a second. The
I'm
fact
giving
the fact that there was a flood, Noah's Ark, okay,
yeah.
and that we know this junk is coming down again according to Scripture. All right, but the fact that cats are still able to breathe today, that there isn't fire today, that the last moment hasn't happened today, I think you could give that as general grace, right? I mean, you can still sleep with your wife today, even if you are on your way to hell. You can still,
People are thriving out here in this chaos. You know what I'm saying?
this is okay. Now I'm not, we still have the God of this world according to scripture. So, again, that takes us back almost to the topic again, which is, whose side are you really on? Just because you're flourishing does not mean that it's God that's blessing you, because there's a God of this world according to scripture. Where I'm at is I don't see in scripture where God is not clicked up. I think God is the ultimate family, the ultimate quote unquote connected family, quote unquote. That's the biggest quote unquote gang, is the family of God, and everybody is not a part of that. In fact, we talk about remnant. You have the tribes, man.
See,
I mean, where do you get this talk from? The tribes of Israel, the 12. Where do you get this talk from? If everybody is in the fam, everybody's not in the fam, dog.
So who created people that wasn't in them 12 tribes?
Who created?
Yeah.
Let me make sure I understand your question.
How they
hold
get
on. Let me make sure I understand your question. Because you and I have both talked before about homeboy up there maybe leading the choir in heaven, doing his thing, and gets cast down, but God was still the creator of that cat. Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So, now we talking Satan then. We talking about the ultimate evil then, and we're still saying God created that. So I don't know if your question is really asking about creation, because God created Satan.
Okay, so look at it like this. Everybody before Jesus, yes, there was separation. There was that 12 nations. After Jesus, that's when people had the choice to be part of the family.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. Okay? No, I'm not saying that there's the veil wasn't rent from bottom to top. Okay, I'm not saying, or top to bottom, I'm not saying that when Paul's saying that there's no more Jew, there's no more Greek, I'm not saying I don't understand the scripture. I'm not saying that the Gentile has a right to the tree of life through Jesus. I'm not saying I don't understand the scripture. What I'm saying is there's still family and not family. So I didn't say you couldn't be a part of. But that's my whole point. Inherent in that is that you now became a part of what? What is the point? What's the point of being a part of it if there actually isn't one? If there isn't a separate family, y'all, if there isn't a separate family, then what's the point? This junk is separate. We are the family of God, and if your point is that you get there now and you weren't actually in the original 12, but now it's through grace, and now it's through Jesus and the work of the cross, and now it's through accepting him as your personal Lord and Savior, et cetera, for the redemption of repentance of your sins. I confess with my mouth and believe in my heart that Christ, I get it. Inherent in that is still your rites of passage. You now in that gang.
So
you now been jumped in. You now been jumped in.
This is where it's complicated. And I'm not saying I disagree with anything you're saying. I'm just saying it's complicated. Because when we say you're born in, or you're the original people, that almost
I didn't say you were the original. I'm saying that to Brother LA's point,
there's a separate.
We come
to
from
Brother
the
LA's
original.
point, I'm letting him know I agree with him that the qualification now is not you can show your direct connection to, let's say, Jacob, Esau.
We can't show our direct connection.
You may not be able to show your your physical genetic connection. You may not be able to show that. You may not be able to. I said may, because there's some deep stuff with that too. Because there's some people who would say that those are our people anyway. There are people who will argue that to death, that those are actually us anyway. Okay,
Yeah,
but aside from that, so I'm just letting you know I understand. But aside from that, to the overall point, however you get there, which according to Brother Troy is through Jesus, okay, no argument. So however you get there, what is there? There is us versus them.
Okay, and I want to put out a thought, because us versus them. So really, if you look at it, black people in general actually have a superpower. Because the thing is, if you look at a white person, and I'm not trying to bring race into this, I'm just stating facts. This is science. If you look at a white person, you look at a black person, we've got the same genetic makeup, except for black people have an extra something, which is melanin. White people don't have that in the quantities. So, what is that difference? That difference is that spiritual connection, and it's a lot of other things. Have you looked into that, done any research into that? Because we have a whole additional component, element to ourselves.
Who are you asking that question of?
To both of you.
I love
Well,
this, man. Y'all be getting so deep
let
out
me
here, man.
let me say just for fairness, okay, that genetically speaking, you're not wrong. Genetically speaking, you do have a level of respect, though, for regardless of how a person is, according to Brother Troy's point, however they may look, this spiritual thing is deeper than the skin. So let me just say that with respect. So anybody who's darker or lighter, okay, spiritually speaking, I guess we believe, I know I believe, that if we're going to say Jesus is still the Savior, his blood, that truth, that supersedes melanin or not. That's my springboard, okay? So out of respect for anybody with color, this thing spiritually is deeper than color. Now, genetically speaking, show me how you can get a let's say pale skinned person that mixes with another pale skinned person and comes out with a very, very dark skinned baby. Show me it happened.
So I'm gonna
Show
put
me
it
how
like,
you can get that. I can show you how you can take two dark skinned people and end up through generations with a very, 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 very pale skinned human being. And I'm not just talking about albino. I'm saying a generally
a light
speaking pale skinned,
skinned.
light skinned person. But you
Yes.
can't. But you cannot show me. You cannot show me that if you start off with two very, 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 very light skinned people, and you continue to breed, quote unquote, breed. We have dogs, right? Breed, quote unquote. That you're going to end up with somebody that looks like either one of us. You can't
Right.
show me that.
Exactly. And my
And
point
that's just
is,
genetics. And those are just genetics. And somebody's got an echo over there. I don't know who's got, if we can do something with the echo. Does anybody know?
I can't hear
part
it. Sorry.
Okay.
you can hear
Okay.
echo
Go
right
ahead. Go
now.
ahead, LA.
Can you hear echo right now?
It's a little better. Yeah, it's a little better. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother LA.
So when I mean melanin, I believe part of that difference is rhythm, music. And music and rhythm, you know, a lot of the times darker skinned people seem to have a little bit better grasp on that. And when a pale skinned person can do it, it's like, wow, it's a spectacle, it's a miracle. And I'm talking about people like Elvis, up to Vanilla Ice, up to Eminem, up to modern day Jack Harlow. So when someone that doesn't have melanin can do it, it's more of a spectacle. When someone that does have melanin can do it, that's normal, because I believe is part of that component that the melanin brings. And we know that musicality and music is very close to spirituality. When it comes to music, one of the best ways we can worship and praise God is through song. So what I'm saying is melanin has an additional layer of spirituality because of the rhythm and song that I believe brings with it. Of course, this isn't science based. This is just my own analyzed and analytical thinking based off of the facts I have presented in front of me.
My turn. I'm gonna say I don't have a problem with what you're saying. I'm not gonna go against it, or I'm not gonna agree with it. But what I would say to it is I think any superiority talk is dangerous because it changes how you look at people. It changes how you deal with people. It's like speaking to a handicap or speaking to anything else, a limp or a stutter. Do those things make you less than? You know what I'm saying? There's value in what they bring to the table. Their origin, I don't know. You could talk to Muslims, they got stuff to say about white folks. We got stuff to say about white folks. I want to get to the point, and this is my own.
Hold on. Not just to make sure we're. I love what you're saying, brother, by bringing in this different element, but not all Muslims, right? I know you mean a certain
Look,
sect.
I'm not trying to throw anybody
section,
under the bus. Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's not all Muslims. I mean, you got billions of Muslims that don't necessarily subscribe to what certain Muslims subscribe to, right?
You're right.
So I'm just
You're right.
Okay. All
and
right,
I don't
ahead.
know enough about the specific sect, but I just know I've had the conversations with some of those gentlemen, and they've expounded on their beliefs. But for me, personally, I can't put anybody beneath me, and I can't put anybody above me. That's my personal hookup. Do I think that some of what you're saying has some truth to it? Yeah, I've met some people that don't have no rhythm, and they might be a little paler complexion. And you're right, when they do something that seems normal, or a normal dance move, or a normal song riff, or normal whatever, it gets blown out of proportion because of who's doing it. But
So
I
the
think
fact that Drake is mixed, how does that play in?
It plays in because he's got the commercial appeal that a general pale person can buy into, but he's also got the melanin from his dad's side.
well,
So
what do
he's
we
got
know
the
for the
best
fact?
of both worlds in terms of he's got the fate that's kind of like Elvis. Elvis finally could do what black people could. There was a white person that could finally do what black people could do, and because of the time and segregation, everything was going on during that time. He was the one that was propelled to the forefront just because that's what was accepted by the masses. And that time, black people weren't accepted by the masses to that level because of the things that were going on in America in terms of segregation. Now,
Mm-hmm.
once that got abolished more so, and we made, not, I'm not gonna say abolished, not fully abolished, but once we made more progress and more steps towards that, we did have people like Isaac Hayes coming from Memphis out of Stax Museums who could go and tour around the world. We do have people at that level. Now, when it comes to Drake, he's got a lighter complexion with some features from his mom's side, who's obviously a white Canadian. She is Jewish, but he's also got that black soulful that he got from his dad's side, who's from here, 901 Memphis.
Look, I think it's obvious that society loves us for what we bring to the table. They love Jordan, they love Tyson, they love Michael Jackson. But at the same time, we also understand that we are the most feared and segregated at the same time. That being said, when I see these other races promoted, to me, that's more to who's in charge versus what's the most popular. I think the people in charge want to make the
Keep
money,
us in a
but they
certain
also want to
box.
show themselves. You know, they know who's got the talent. You know, they know, they see it, they steal it, they colonize it, whatever they do with it, they appropriate it. But at the same time, why wouldn't you? Like when we look at our city, the 616, why wouldn't the Van Andel and DeVos family promote their siblings, their cousins, their nephews, or their child's husband? Why wouldn't they put them in a position of success and
Of
not
course.
come get us? That only makes sense. You take care of family. And I think sometimes in society, because those families don't look like us, we take it personal and turn it into a race situation. Yeah, bro, your hair looks good, man. Your hair looks good.
Oh, thank you.
But no doubt, that's my point, is that we take it so personal to say, oh man, it's a race thing, it's this thing. But if it was us, if either of us had anything, who's being highlighted on this podcast? Because the runner of this podcast is our family. So of course we're going to benefit the most from this podcast. It only makes sense. So I don't think anybody that's not in our family should take it personal that the Rhodeses are against people. That's not the case. We're just for who we're familiar with. And I think that's the world. And I think once
you're making my point for me though from earlier though, brother Troy. And
go ahead,
I know I've been, we've been challenging each other, which is, so the audience knows, man, this guy and I, there's nothing but love. I mean, it's just straight love. This is what we do. So iron sharpens iron. So if anyone that feels like, oh, they going at it a little bit tonight, y'all just being treated to how we do. This is how we grow. This is how we show each other love. So Troy and I have been doing this our whole lives, man. So, this is nothing but love, as we sharpen each other, that's just what we do. But what you're saying right now, bro, that's what I was saying, is that family, okay, exactly what you said on a higher level is how I see God. That God has the family and has the family's back. And like you just said, it only makes sense. These are my people.
And I see where you can see that I'm making your point or arguing your point, but I'm still on my point that God is the author of creation. So whether they were in the immediate family or not, you still take credit. You know what I'm saying? I don't just take credit for the kids I had with my wives. I take credit for them outside kids too.
Hey, I got a question for you guys, and I want to get both of your interpretations on it.
Okay, let him go first, because I got to make this other thing happen with the dogs right quick. So let Troy go first, then I'll chime in after him, please.
Them babies sleeping good.
Yeah, well, they ain't the only ones. Go ahead with your question, LA. I'll jump on after Troy.
Okay, so the question is, have any of you seen? You might be able to put this on screen. I don't know how, but Kendrick Lamar, he has imagery with a thorn crown on.
I think I've seen that.
Made of diamonds and gold, but it resembles the cross.
Right.
It resembles the
cross,
crown
right?
of thorns Jesus had on. What's your guys' take on that? Have you seen that? Have you guys both seen it?
Well, what I saw was him in a picture where it didn't necessarily, I don't know if it was the diamond one, but it looked kind of black. And I guess it had some sparkle to it, but it was definitely like a crown of thorn type vibe. But it's like anything else. I think everything is for pop and circumstance. I mean, what's going to get attention? When I go back to my main point is that all this stuff is to get to the bag. All this stuff is to get you to spend money. So any news is good news, that type of vibe. So whether you're talking good about me or talking bad about me, as long as you're talking about me, I'm okay with that. And I think that's where Kendrick is at with it. What could be more controversial than bringing up something like that? Isn't it very similar to, what's the little gay guy that sings? I'm talking about, a little black guy.
The Lil Nas.
Him. He does shenanigery. Every album, he picks a direction to kind of rub people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he all about.
But all that has nothing to do with the music. You see what I'm saying? All of that is a spectacle. Like, I'm staging this car accident, so you'll look over here. And once I got you looking, I'm going to play a cool beat, so you might nod your head. You know what I'm saying? So that's all this is let me draw some attention. And what way is going to get the world's attention?
Yeah, definitely.
Crown of thorns from Jesus, or if he put on a Pope's hat, you feel me? Or a Ku Klux Klan mask, all those images that are seared in our minds throughout society. There's nobody that those things don't touch. Everybody on the planet knows who Jesus is. You feel me? So if I want some attention, let me do something for or against them, that kind of vibe. That's how I'm with it.
What do you think, Uncle Sidney?
Well, since I pulled this up, I wasn't able to do what I was trying to do.
Oh,
Doggone it. Yeah, but I'm still here with this. Yeah, I remember Pac. Let me see if I can grab that one too, because remember he had the image on the cross. So hold on, let me see
no.
if I can
So he
grab
got the
that.
cross
Y'all
on his
remember
back.
that one?
Yeah, yeah, but I think it's spectacle. Anything with that. I mean, what's the homegirl? Sinead O'Connor. She got famous, or excuse me, she got unfamous because she ripped up a picture on Saturday Night Live while singing.
She did what?
She ripped up a picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live while singing. Now, what is going to bring more attention than that? You know what I'm saying? Nobody's watching Saturday Night Live, but I guarantee the entire world was shown her ripping up his portrait. That
So
level of
so where do you stand on it?
where I stand on it is, man, there was an old song I used to listen to called What People Do for Money. And once you love money and that's your master and your leader, what won't you do? And I think that shows some character weakness. And we should have some discernment and know about it.
So your thoughts, Pac's influence.
So this was the Machiavelli, right? So this
Yeah.
is him, and
Cross.
yeah. So I got some hip hop cred, right? You know what I'm saying? I can bring them back. But yeah,
they're not the only ones. They just happen to be the most popular ones. There's other clowns. Tech Nine, he does a lot of those shenanigans, but he just doesn't have the popularity to where everybody's gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? Spectacle is a thing. If you're not that good at something, you might as well be a spectacle. You know what I'm saying?
So you kind of feel like that's almost like a mockery.
100%. But it's all just to get eyes on. It's all just to get attention. It's all just to get you to spend a couple dollars. I don't think they should be doing it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but what is it going to do? It's making us talk about it right now. And if he gets a cent for a download, we got his picture on the, you know what I'm saying? We got his picture on the podcast. Is somebody downloading Kendrick Lamar because of this? Is he getting another download?
But I'm
because
saying
we
morally, I'm asking you morally.
Man, morally, this whole world is in the toilet, bro.
So Kendrick Lamar, he is wrong for doing that.
100%.
Well, okay.
Like,
here's a couple thoughts, because I know you were waiting for me to jump in with that, LA. So couple thoughts. I would like to give everyone their day in court for something like this. And here's why. If the brother said, I've picked up my cross, scripturally, I've picked up my cross and I'm carrying the weight and I'm being persecuted for the truth. We used to wear the bracelets and whatnot. What would Jesus do? So if Brother Lamar said, you know what, Jesus is my perfect example, and I'm out here shouldering the cross, and these cats are trying to crucify me, and I'm representing that. I'm sharing with you that I'm sold out. I'm 100% for Christ, and I'm displaying this image so you know what the modern crucifixion looks like. Now, if he were to say that, then, it would be hard to just put him in a box and say, oh, you're just woo. You feel me? Because he's bringing up the example, he's bringing up why, he's putting the history, he's bringing the context, and he's basically saying they're doing this to me for the truth. Okay. Now, if the cat's answer is like what Brother Troy just said, I'm getting clicks. This stuff, it's got your attention. You wouldn't be looking at me if it wasn't for this. I'm getting the bag because, okay, well, now there is a moral question, because you're bringing up something, talking about something that is extremely deep, the crucifixion of Christ, and meaningful, the sacrifice, the blood, what we talked about, for the remission of sins, and that being the ultimate sacrifice for eternal life, the acceptance of which, these are heavyweight stuff, things. And so I don't think it should be minimized for the bag. So for something like this, I would want to hear why.
Well, for me, the fact that he put it on and we done seen albums and performances, and I don't know if any of us can point out, well, he did mention Jesus in this one verse. He did do that. Nah, the only one we can say for sure talked about Jesus is Kanye. You know what I'm saying? The rest of these cats is ambiguous with it. They doing stuff, but it ain't what you saying, Sid. He ain't out there repping Jesus. He ain't say nothing about Jesus.
Right. I think that there's a difference between the reality of what we see versus the hypothetical that I brought. I will agree with you on that. That I'm throwing out a hypothetical that when I see things like this, I'd like to know what's behind it. But then if you say, well, in reality, like I was saying earlier about the translations, right? Like, yeah, it's possible that God blah 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 blah, but in reality, no, that junk is all hitting different. That stuff is all hitting different in reality. So yeah, I guess you could say that. You could say that, but you could also say that the brothers, does he not have a day in court? If you say, well, yeah, just like what Drake said, I haven't been releasing cut after cut, especially last couple of years. I haven't been dropping them like I used to drop them because I've been such and such and such and such. And this is my way, if you should really see where I came from, I mean, I'm 1,000% different because of my walk with Christ. I'm still not there, but this is my walk.
We don't see
that's your Kanye reference right there, right?
We just don't see people on this level having that kind of talk. I can't say that I've heard any of them in any interview speak about anything of real substance or person. You know what I'm saying? They're not telling no background about themselves. They're telling what the publicist said was okay to say. You know what I'm saying? We don't even know if Kendrick is really who he say is, because this fool's still saying Bompton. He could be a blood for all we know, but he don't claim that. You feel me?
Well, what if he is? How does that change what's going on?
Man, it don't change nothing except make him more popular, because this is a violent society and the black culture has been so subconsciously embedded with violence. And you guys hear the music in Memphis. It's nothing but who can be more violent. That's all that they're playing in the club. Whose song is most violent?
There was an interview with O'Shea Jackson, aka Ice Cube, recently, where he spoke about the industry's intention of telling artists what they were going to put out, what they were going to back. And like you're saying, to your point, B, is they're saying they want to back violence. They're not going to put out, self-destruction, everybody come together. They're not going to promote that. They're going to promote something that talks about, I shot him in the back with a slug and it came out with his lung on the other side. They want to promote that. They're not promoting love. That being said, that's their agenda. The question is, when do we get tired of consuming chitlins in one another diet?
Yes.
And that's what I'm waiting on.
And now we have the power to, because
we haven't done it yet. We haven't done it.
No, we're doing it on smaller levels. We are doing it on smaller levels, not to the mainstream yet, but on smaller levels we are doing. I've got a song out right now that's got tens of thousands of views called Just the Way You Are. That's promoting, hey, you are beautiful just the way you are. You don't need the BBL. You don't need the liposuction. You don't need the surgery. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, Asian, Hispanic, if you're young, middle-aged, mature. It doesn't matter. You are beautiful just the way you are, because God put your stamp on it. God put his stamp on it, and he made you just the way you are. And that's got
can we run some of that in the background? Can we run some of your video in the background, brother?
Yeah, I would love
We have
that.
your permission? Do we have your permission?
Yes,
now,
you have my permission.
We're going to, thank you, sir. We're going to do it without the sound just in case they don't know you gave the permission. I feel that. Now that's what's up. I feel that.
Oh!
But just in case. But I'm so proud of this brother right here, man. This is real.
I think the beauty
of
beauty of this life thing, to me, real talk, B, because you the third B Rhodes. You feel me? So the real thing about this life thing is the beauty of being able to witness it in its development and how it comes out. To see you going from a thought to saying, "Hey man, I got a child on the way from your parents."
Load it right quick so it's not choppy. Go ahead, y'all continue.
Yeah, but to see that, you know what I'm saying? You got to understand what I'm seeing here, bro. I've been knowing your parents as long as I've been knowing people. And to see that manifest and turn out into the young man that you've become, bro, it just, man, it makes my heart burst, bro. I love this stuff, man. Because it's not guaranteed, you know what I'm saying? It's not a foregone conclusion that everything's gonna be okay. But when you see things turn out okay, man, it's just like that's that confirmation. That's good stuff, bro.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
never told you I love you. You my guy.
Thank you. That means so much to me.
There ain't no doubt, bro. But I think that from watching kids, from watching my own kids, that's the best part about them because they're really the best parts of you and the other person. And then you mingle those best parts together and you come up with a whole new situation. So I can see your mom in you, I can see your dad in you, but I see Brian too. And just know that I see you for you. And that's the part. I see all y'all turning into y'all, and that's the part, bro. And I see it in my kids too. I don't get a chance to say these things enough. I love them. I hope they hear these things. Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Troy. It's beautiful what you're saying, man. It's really beautiful.
Well, you know,
yeah. We run it in the background. We run it in the background. LA.
Look at this man with videos. He got video chicks, Sid. Your nephew got video chicks.
Golly. Hey.
I love it, man. I love it.
I'm loving it. I'm like, just remember your unk. That's all I'm saying. Just remember your unk, man. Because
like I said, I got enough just being a witness, bro. Just being a witness is good enough.
Beautiful.
Now I know about that Memphis, Tennessee too. I've been through there long before y'all moved down there. I know about that. Elvis Presley Boulevard, that little neighborhood.
Follow this man. The link is in the description. Follow this man. Subscribe to his channel. It's in the description, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're watching live or you're watching on the replay, subscribe. This is fire. You want to be a part of this. You don't want to wait. You want to say, I was there when. I've been down with this guy. I'm one of the day ones. That's what you want to say because it's clear. Do you see the quality here? Do you see it? And I know you want to hear it, so you got to at least click to hear it. You got to subscribe to hear it and follow and make sure you get notified every time he drops something. This is fire. He's putting his heart and soul out there, ladies and gentlemen. And as you heard, he's trying to bring a whole new place for you and who you are, what you are, where you don't need this and you don't need that. Just what you are. That's the whole thing. This is the authentic. That's the whole thing. What's the title of the song? What's the title of the song?
Just the Way You Are.
That's exactly what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, just
ladies, as much as you've been waiting for a man to celebrate you for just the way you are. You know you've been waiting for men to love you for who you are. And here's a young brother in today's society who's saying, I love you, I want you just the way you are. And he's putting it out there. He's not just saying it like just to get a little close to you and run a little game. He's representing this is the way it should be. This is how I am. Come on now.
Now I saw this little thing on Twitter, right? They went up to women, you know, they got these little guys that stand outside and ask people questions outside the club or what have you. So they went up to women and they were asking women.
I'm playing it again. Skip that.
Yeah, run it back. They was playing it. They're asking the women questions. Do you think men prefer BBL or natural? All the women were answering, for sure BBL, for sure BBL. Same club around the corner from where they was at with the women, they're asking men, what do you prefer, natural or BBL? Every man said natural. So how do we get our women to understand what you're saying, Brian, to know that we want them the way that they came out? They don't need to add an extra butt if you didn't have a butt. We ain't looking for that on you. We might want something else. I don't know, man. There's no one size fits all for everybody.
the way we do that is by what we're doing right now. We've got the video on screen. We're talking about the topic. We're discussing it. We're putting it out there for the world. I mean, what more
So we
can you
letting
do?
women know right now you can't be wrong as long as you as a woman, right? You could be a 5'10", you know what I'm saying, or four
Well,
foot
I'm
I
not
nine.
disagree with
saying
that. I
that.
disagree. You're taking it too far.
Yeah,
Yes, you
I'm
could be
not
wrong as a
saying
woman. You could be
You
that.
dead
can't
wrong
be.
as a woman.
Tell me
You could be
I'm
how.
dead
saying
just because
you.
you're a woman. Just because you're a woman don't make you right. Skip that junk.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
I'm saying
Nah.
natural woman. I'm saying natural woman.
Okay.
I think you're going too far with that, bro. You're
Y'all
going
be
too
reading too
far,
much
man.
into what I'm saying, man. Hear what I'm saying. A
Okay,
woman
go ahead.
born
Break
a
it down.
woman.
Break it down.
A woman born a woman does not need a weave, does not need a BBL. She needs to have her mind right about being a woman of God.
Yeah. Facts.
That's it.
Facts.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, if you want to poke
All right.
holes in that, by all means, and I'm
No.
available for
You
that.
good. You good, fam. You good. You good. And the beautiful part is that the brother man, LA, is saying just the way you are is beautiful. Okay. And he's celebrating that. I also think, he's the same man who brought up the scripture earlier about being in the wilderness versus being with that contentious woman. So he's the same man. So I'm saying I'm giving him credit full. I'm listening to the brother all the way. So he's not saying come into the house and be a sluggard. He's not saying come in the house and be foolish, unwise. He's not saying, in my opinion, the brother man's not representing that. What he is saying is we're on the path together. Okay. We're on the path of righteousness. We're in God's family together. We're not unequally yoked. Okay. And I'm accepting you in this journey with me, and we're getting to where we need to get to and where God has designed. And that's the value. The value is that we are pursuing greatness together. We have each other's back. We love each other, and you don't have to be artificial with me. You don't have to come in with the long nails that, blah, blah, blah. You can't even type on the computer. You a doggone typist, and you got 10-inch nails. What is that? Who are you trying to impress with that? What I hear my man saying is it doesn't take all of that. It doesn't. You don't have to spend all your money on these surgeries to get a fake this and a fake that. I don't hear my man saying that. That's not what you need to do. What you need to do is get your heart right. What you need to do is get on the same page as we take this journey together. And that's it. As long as we doing that, I hear him saying, I got you 100%.
Yeah. I think it needs to be said more. I think we need to have more dialogue with women and let them know that the eyelashes and the weaves are not necessary. It's okay. We don't mind if you do it, but it's not required. For me, I've grown to like things a little more authentic. My wife don't do none of those shenanigans.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to keep running this. Y'all got to get your clicks on for yourself. Get this man some views. Nah, you ain't going to get, you can't just keep watching. You stealing all the, nope. You ain't going to be able to just keep, you see the link down there, get that man some views. If you want to keep watching it, get that man some views. Click on it yourself. Now, I done blessed you with a little sneak preview. And the more I thought about it, I kept looping it, Rhodes. I said, wait a minute. My man need to be getting these views. Y'all click on that link so you can give him the views. Hit the subscribe, hit the notification, show that man some love. This is a young brother doing it right. You see his heart's in the right place. He comes from the fam, 616 and the 901. Man, make it happen. Hit that man up. Do it like that. Do it right.
Good stuff.
Likes are free.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, so what I've got next after the just the way you are, you're beautiful just the way you are. What I've got next in the pipeline, it's already in production. It's about 30% of the way physically shot with the same videographer. It's called You Are a Dream. This R&B song is going to take Just the Way You Are to another level. Part 2, if you will.
Okay.
There it is. Now,
bro.
let me ask you this, Rhodes. Let me ask you this. If this brother right now got into an R&B battle with one of the legends of R&B, could he just do that and it hits, or does he have to down him, talk about his kids, talk about the sex life, whoop whoop the whoop? I mean, because to blow up right now, could he just be like, let's just do a verses, let's just hit for hit, song for song, or does the guy actually have to go out and make the diss track to get on in these days and times? What's he got to do, Rhodes?
Man, unfortunately, I think I'm out of the loop with what's necessary or required in this business. I mean, just from watching from a distance, it seems that drama is necessary. You know what I'm saying? We've gone from just knowing the artist and their song to now we know the artist and their personal business. We know the personal relationship, how they are with their mama and their family. You know what I'm saying? We saw this whole drama with Keisha Cole and her family, bro. We never saw that with other artists. We're in uncharted territory with our connection with these artists, infatuation with these artists, bro. We want to know everything. You know what I'm saying? Who they dating, who they side chick is, what they doing, how they do what they doing. You know what I'm saying? It's wild, bro. We've gone too far.
Wild West.
We've gone too far, man. So what he needs to do, I don't know what he needs to do. I don't know if he needs to, because while we were talking about this Drake and Kendrick beef, I want to say I heard The Weeknd say something negative about Drake or Kendrick. Did I hear that? Am I saying that right? I heard this R&B dude. Didn't he sing a song against Drake?
A verse, a line.
Verse. Okay, so I wasn't mistaken, but this is my point. That's unprecedented, bro. I never heard R&B beef. I mean, maybe I did and didn't know it. Maybe the Four Tops had a song about Temptations and I just didn't know it was about them.
Well, they used to get down to the talent shows in Detroit. I mean, that used to be the big thing is the talent shows, right? So they would battle each other. And the word is that the Four Tops would come out on top back in the day at those talent shows. But then, that didn't last because overall the Temps ended up making the bigger checks, or at least for somebody. But yeah, you did have that rivalry. I mean, shucks, you went to Ottawa, talent shows. Come on now, man. 616.
Yeah, but I just didn't see it as a rival. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's always been rivalry. I think that's human nature, maybe. Competition. Maybe that's just a man thing. We're going to arm wrestle. I want to race you, all that. I guess.
I don't know. Cain killed Abel, right? Cain killed Abel, right?
That was over a gift, wasn't it? His gift was too good.
Okay, but we're talking about the natures, right? We're talking about the natures, right? And so this is the danger. This is the danger, right? I mean, if the brothers, so we just hypothetically speaking, so if LA wanted to get on and he started to throw out these diss tracks instead of this positive, the way you are, and giving roses and all of that. So if he wanted to hit him with that, then he might have a hotter career right now. If he was to come with that,
if he comes out and says something derogatory about Usher and homegirl at the halftime show, it might get some traction and somebody might say, "Hey, this dude said this."
How do we feel about that? If this is the world and these are corporations, I mean, McDonald's serves breakfast. So they're giving the people what they want, even so they're not just stuck on burgers and fries, right? They doing all kinds of stuff and have been for years. So if he's playing the game, now again, I'm throwing it out there. I have my own thoughts on it, okay? But I'm just throwing the question out there. I mean, if he's in business and this is the way of the world, should he operate based on the rules of the game as we know it today?
I don't think you can answer that question unless you find out the intention of the motivation for doing what he's doing. If he's doing it for the reasons that everybody else is doing it, then you do it the way they doing it to get what they getting. But if your intentions for doing it is different, there it is. I'm doing it to show you that there's another way. There's a different angle. There's a different perspective.
All right, let's slow down, folks. Let's slow down for me for a second. Slow down for me for a second, because now we going deeper. All right. So we hearing Kanye and others bring up this man. Okay. And they say this man is one of the heaviest heavyweights in the entertainment sphere. This cat, Brother Lucian. Okay. This is what they say. All right. Now you dig into this cat and you Google this name and how connected he is. But the word is, when Brother Kanye says that Brother Drake has a rich daddy, he's talking about this man. Holla if you hear me. Okay. The point here is, if this guy wants to get a bigger bag from LA, and LA's like, nah, I want to do the positive. I want to say just the way you are. I don't want to whoop, 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 whoop. Is this man gonna want to offer this guy any money? Does he want to give him a contract?
Well, it's a balance, because you got Kanye. He's got records like Jesus Walks, but he's got records that you can twerk to. So it's a balance, and it's an expression of what the artist is feeling and what's on the artist's heart. At the time, Just the Way You Are was on my heart. Wait till the full EP comes out. You'll be able to see more of a sonic view of what I'm feeling. That's just one song, one single that represents a project.
So he's an artist, and we feel he's an artist, okay? So he does have the right to express himself in different ways. But I'm saying, from a business perspective, if he goes into one of these heavyweights, such as Brother Lucian, if he goes into one of these super heavyweights talking about what he's not going to do, is that going to work?
Well, unfortunately, when you had any of those big groups or any type of big group, you got to go with the big, because you in there little.
So if I'm at the table with a Lucian and I'm talking about that's not what I'm going to do, that means I've reached a certain level of success where I have leverage. So maybe with him, that might not be the best deal, but with others, there might be a better opportunity for me. That might be a little bit of a better fit.
What I wonder sometimes is when we see the success of a mainstream guy like, say, a Jay-Z, but then we see a guy like a Master P have success, who do people want to be? Do they want to be Master P or do they want to be Jay-Z? Whose fame is better?
Most people want to be Jay-Z.
But Master P never had the chains on him that these other guys had on him, and he's had a lot of freedom to do a lot of different things. And if you compare resume to resume, you'd be hard-pressed to say one is better than the other. I mean, Master P was in the NBA. Master P done put out mad albums, mad people for mad quick years, made mad money, had some chips, had some, you know what I'm saying? He's had a lot of different successes. What I'm pointing out is there's two ways to get there. Jay-Z went a little more commercial with the mainstream, with the big names we know. He went from independence to being somebody at Def Jam, somebody this, you know what I'm saying? Where I didn't see Master P doing that. He went a different route.
Well, which route is better now?
Well, I think it's up to the artist. Like, I'm sure there's,
Jay-Z's
I don't know him, but there might be some R&B independents out there. You know what I'm saying? That are just out there dropping their music.
Worth $1 billion. He's got paintings that's probably worth. His painting collection is probably worth Master P's net worth.
I'm not arguing your point, but let's not forget his wife got a couple dollars too. I don't know which one's better. He's
got even a better wife.
So the question then is, what are we basing success on? Is it simply the number? Is it he who dies with the most money wins? Is that what we're saying out here?
We're talking about these guys with $1 billion here and $1 billion there, which is phenomenal. But let me full screen this for a second. Let's just look at this for a second, brothers. And you know, this is Wikipedia. Fair use. This is Wikipedia, and you know, whether this is right or not, but check this out right here, okay? Just right down here. In 2017, UMG was worth $22 billion.
Okay. Yeah.
triple what it was worth when Grange took over the company. All right. In July 2018, JP Morgan said that UMG could be worth as much as 40 billion and then increased the valuation to 50 billion in 2019.
And that's just Wikipedia.
These are the numbers that these cats. So when I brought up this guy's name, okay, and Drake, my understanding is that, you know, he's in charge of the company that holds Drake's contract, by the way. That's my understanding. Okay. Yeah. So this is what we're talking about. These dudes are rolling like that.
Right.
So my response to that would be simply that this man understands the dynamic of society. He understands that melanin is necessary to sell to melanated people, but he also understands that European features make it easier and more palatable for Caucasians to accept. Yeah. So a mixed Jewish kid from Canada, given the right ghostwriters and the right beats, it's a no-brainer. And the fact that he already had some semblance of success from a childhood acting career, that's actually a plus because he's already good in front of the camera and can play whatever character we want him to be. You want him to be a gangster rapper? We got that. You want him to be a lover? He can sing a song too. You know what I'm saying?
But,
he can fit any.
Come on now. Drake did put himself in that position.
How so?
I mean, he did have to put in the work to be an actor. He did have to put in the work to rise to a certain level of fame, to have leverage. He did. Like he's talented.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to diminish his talent. I'm not going to do any of that. But what I am going to say is the time he started acting, that wasn't his choice. That was his mama's choice to put him in something that she thought would be good for him. Now, him liking it and excelling in it, now that was his whatever, his drive, his desire. But anybody will tell you, man, you stay in doing something long enough, man. If you be a garbage man for the next 50 years, you might come up with something. You might be that guy that come up with that big garbage company thing. I'm just saying, man, longevity, time in is a thing. If you do something all your life, how is it not supposed to pay off, man?
I mean, if it's the right thing.
Well, shoot, it obviously wasn't the wrong thing because he's been doing it since the beginning. He's been acting from the beginning. And what I'm telling you now is he probably still acting. People writing
if he's acting. If he's acting right now. Go ahead, LA. Go ahead.
It's all entertainment.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
His job is to entertain.
100%, and I'm giving him credit for being good at that.
The only genre of music that shuns ghostwriting or writing songs is rap. You look at R&B, there's tons of songwriters. You look at
but once again, you got to go back to the original
songwriters. Rap music is separated. If you don't write your raps, you're shunned. No.
Well, this is the thing with rap.
He likes to rap, but he's also a pop artist. He's also an R&B artist.
But this is the thing about rap that you got to see is that when it came about the way it came about, it was so organic and so individualized as a genre. It wasn't tied in with anything else. It wasn't a spin-off. It was strictly where it came from. And the only really glimpses that you had was it being for us. And as it began to gain popularity, and trust me, in the beginning, it was trying to be thwarted. Society was trying to stop rap. They did not want it to succeed. They were trying to throw shade at it. We had, man, have you ever heard Daha Daha? What was that called, Sid? The Daha Daha with the rapping Duke. They weren't around for when they were messing with rap. You feel me? When they was trying to make rap stupid. They wasn't around for that when they were pushing that agenda, but then they couldn't stop it because real rap kept coming through. We had every Houdini tape.
Too big.
We had every rap tape. We had all the underground stuff. The underground stuff was more popular than the commercial stuff. So the industry had to go with it. They didn't have a choice. But once they had something they couldn't control, they had to create a controllable dialogue, and that's gangster rap, and it never went away. And that's not even how gangster rap started. They was just telling the truth about some of the negativity we were dealing with. It was never black on black crime in there. That came when gang members was talking about other gangs. You know what I'm saying? But it was
So was that
promoted.
organic or not?
It was
Mm.
kind of, but I'm saying the industry jumped on that and decided this is the direction. This
Oh,
is the
that was
one
the
we're jumping
direction
on.
we're gonna promote.
This is the only one we're going to love. We're not going to talk about self-destruction. We're not going to talk about unity. You know what I'm saying? We had songs called Unity. We had songs that was, bro, just all about love, all about fun, all about chilling. You know what I'm saying? Afrocentric, trying to get us connected with our, you know what I'm saying, origins. We had all of that, bro. But then it changed. And once it changed, it never changed back. Nothing else ever had traction again. It was always death. Always. And
So they're putting the bag behind that to promote it to all these different outlets.
they'll give you the bag if you're talking negative. Flat out. And they'll pump you up, you know. We talk about beef and a career. 50 Cent's whole career started from how to rob
Getting
an
shot.
R&B star. No, not him getting shot. His first songs was how to rob an R&B star, how to rob a rapper.
Hey,
Those would put him. He had a whole song telling you how to get Mary J. Blige, how to rob Biggie. You know what I'm saying? That was bumping, bro. That's what put 50 on.
So who's, when we talk about that, who's at the base? I mean, these
Well,
that guy you
major
just put up there.
players.
human
Well,
instinct.
I mean, I don't want, we don't want to say it if we don't know it, but
I
they
do.
certainly profit. They certainly profit from the nonsense. I mean, anything that's sold, they get paid first. They're not like LA and own the whole thing, the copyrights and the masters and this, that, and the other, right? I mean, that's his track, right? These cats, I mean, they got to wait to get paid. They get fronted the money. That's typically how it works, right? And that's how they get in bondage, because they were fronted all this cash for videos and everything else, and the fake
What
Bentleys
was that
and
stuff
whoop, whoop,
called
whoop,
back
whoop,
in the
whoop.
day we used to get caught up on after slavery? Wasn't that sharecropping? Where we would work on
Okay.
master's farm and we had to break off a piece of what we sold for the property we using. That's the record industry, bro. It's sharecropping. They don't change
Sharecropping came a
anything.
long way.
They repackage stuff and give it right back to you. They take it out of the box it's in, put it in a new box, and call it something different. Slavery never went away. It just added whites and Mexicans.
Hey, and another interesting point that is based off of that is, so when the Civil War ended, the North sent down the Constitution and the laws to the South. When black people started to rise up, for example, there's characters and there's names throughout history that was actually like, okay, this is the law. Let me go to all my black sharecroppers and get their names and get a consensus so I can register them to vote. That's when the Confederate military who lost, they still were there. Of course, the veterans of that military was still there, so they just rebranded themselves as the KKK.
A Christian organization.
So what they did is they still controlled the South by not a upfront war, but a mass war group of terrorists that corrupted all the laws to their benefit.
100%. And what they did with their children after they got into those entities was they put their children in positions of power. Law enforcement, lawyers, teachers.
Yes. And they
government
were the
officials.
ones that was in power as well right after the war. So it'd be a commander who was in the Confederate who, he didn't die or anything, but the war was over. He would be the judge.
Exactly. And B, nothing has changed. It's still happening now.
Now,
Their
when I
descendants are
come
still
in,
in the game.
I come in by saying that not in all cases today, not in all cases, historically, there's some validity, okay? But we can't say that every judge today is of that same system.
Well, yeah,
directly.
there is no
You guys are in the North.
broad
It's different than the
stroke.
South.
And I'm gonna tell you another secret people don't like to believe.
Hold on. Because there's, the perspective. I've lived in the South for years. Okay, years. Troy has lived in the South as well. Okay, so there's an understanding, but
ATL
historically, well, okay, but I mean, I can even go deeper than that because I've lived in New Orleans, Ninth Ward.
Nah, if you ain't living in Mississippi, then you ain't living in the South.
Okay, so anybody post Katrina who can rep Ninth Ward, Louisiana, okay, and claim that anybody else knows anything more about poverty or depravity or racism, etc. in this country, you don't even have any credit when it comes to post Katrina, Ninth Ward, New Orleans. Okay, if that's on your banner,
poverty,
you can put that up against anybody,
Yeah, I'm not here to
anywhere.
do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to say, hey,
your point
this situation
was
was worse than this situation. No, I don't want to do that. What I'm here to do is to realize that we're empowered now to a certain point where I'm working at a job during my day job, and the owner is Asian. The 3 managers is black. Yeah, one of them, the main manager, he is Caucasian, and we're all getting along symbiotically. That's right on the border of Mississippi. So that's the furthest Memphis you can get before you're in Mississippi. So we're at that point. And I think that's some good progress because that's the #1 dealership in the Mid-South.
Well, congratulations, but maybe I misheard you. Maybe I thought you were saying that if you haven't Memphis, then you don't know nothing about the South. Paraphrasing, I thought that's what you were saying.
I said if you haven't lived in Mississippi, you ain't lived in the South.
Okay.
Mississippi is where the KKK started. Mississippi, where all the lynches was happening. I don't want to live in Mississippi to this day because there is some night down cops still to this day.
Wow.
I hear you, family. But this is what we doing. We sharpening iron for sure.
Yeah.
I know I got to go to work tomorrow.
Quite a bit of time in Mississippi. Your grandmother was born there, her great grandmother, no grandmother, right? So, I mean, there's it's in our blood. It's in our blood. But the overall point to whether it's still happening today in certain pockets, absolutely. My point was that it's not an absolute. It's not every law enforcement officer. It's not every person you come across. Okay. But who is responsible? Who is responsible for this here, though, is, when we say, that's that from a larger perspective with the corporations, etc. But who's responsible for this? That's my question, right? When we see things like this, again, according to this site, if the transcription is right, and
it's right.
LA and I went over this before you jumped on, Troy. But I think that Oakland show gonna be your last stop.
Okay. Well, for me, my easy response is this is what happens if we have those things like we talked about, that racism, that prejudice, that whole mindset, and we talked about that from the earliest beginnings of this country, right? So sin has a life of its own. So fast forward to 2024, if you have enough of us, people of color, living around people that don't like us because of our color, some of us have started taking on the mindset of the people that don't like us. There's some racist black people that hate black people. Let that sink in for a minute. There's some black people that have some Greek letters and some degrees behind their name, but they don't like them black people that pants sag and don't speak grammatically correct. They have no tolerance for that. And I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just pointing out a fact. Those things sometimes can be problematic and play out self-hate in those lyrics where we can look at someone of mixed race and liken them to somebody who the master prefers over them. So maybe Kendrick is looking at Drake like you having multiple or this enormous success only because your mom's Caucasian. And if I would have been mixed, I might have had this success. It's not being said, but you can infer that because he wants to kill the man at a concert. And they're just doing music for entertainment. So you got to question how those things end up intertwined. How can entertainment be violent? How can entertainment have death involved? And if it does, who the hell is entertained by this? That's the question. Who's entertained by violence? And I think we all are. We all want to go see gladiators fight. We all want to see UFC, a good boxing match. We all stop when two girls is holding each other's hair in a headlock. I don't know, but we all watching it. Do we stop it? Do we don't go see anybody having a hug. We don't go to, you know what I'm saying? Let's go to the pat your back place and get backs patted. I mean, we just don't do the nice stuff. That's not what we're about. We would rather see controversial love and hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Basketball. We want to see the Kardashians. We want to see something salacious. I don't know if that's human nature. I don't know if we've grown an appetite for that. I don't know. But it's out here, bro. It's out here, and it's undeniable. It's undeniable. Yeah. We got kids killing kids on video games. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to get the history straight because you know, Troy and I both, the time we spent in Atlanta and Georgia in general, when we're at Stone Mountain, there were people who told me that that's where the Klan started. So is that not true?
I don't know that you and I or anybody on this podcast can figure out when the Klan started. We weren't privy to that conversation with those powerful Caucasians that came up with this Christian organization that was going to hide their faces and done out terror on people of color. How could we ever know when that shit started? The beginning of time? You understand what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, bro. They didn't tell us that. They don't have a start date on that, do they? I'm sure they do in their hierarchy, but will we ever see it?
Well,
that's like saying, can we get our slave?
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to get the history, you know, straight, because just of what was said, not, you know, I mean, so we can clear it up and know. I'm dropping we're gonna share this AP story right quick, and just to. This is something just I want to know. I mean, because that's what, when I was in Stone Mountain, that's what they were saying, that it started there. I know that there's this Confederate carving. We know they have that at a mountain. I'm seeing the words rebirth here.
Well, I know when I was there, they always used to talk about there would be meetings there, and they always had like that was some type of, you know what I'm saying, meeting spot, or I don't know. They definitely had that.
So this says outside where Ku Klux Klan marked its rebirth in 1915 is.
Okay, rebirth from somewhere. 1915 is pretty old.
This is according to AP, the AP report. So I guess we could just ask
do you know about that young black man you just passed? That airman right there. You know about that? You should. It's gonna make you sad. It's gonna make you sad, like it makes me sad and mad.
What's the story?
Cop went to his door from somebody else's direction. He was yelling sheriff, but he had his finger over the peephole. So this 23-year-old Air Force guy comes to the door with his gun in his hand, and he opens the door. The gun is down at his hip. The cop shot him 6 times. He was at the wrong door. But I digress.
This doesn't sound good.
I think one of the things I have a big problem with is all these people we have in this country that are against some of the things that happened, from George Floyd to the young lady from here that was killed in the no-knock warrant in Kentucky. Um, the thing that stands out to me is at no time has anything been on any ballot to vote on anything that would change any police treatment, any police procedure that could keep someone alive. I challenge you to watch the video that the police put out today of them hitting the kid at the Burger King and how he was alive and screaming in pain, and they still cuffed him up and watched him die. I challenge you to watch that video.
So I want to bring back a point we were discussing earlier because I thought it was really interesting
Go ahead.
about the music and how it's been getting influenced. Is it because it's just violence and we like violence? We're always going to look at that. I believe that it's getting to a point where if you can entertain no matter what it is, if you can grab and hold attention, you can have big impact because we have the platforms, we have the mediums. I can put, or to what's, there's a new girl out there new woman out there who's talking about her relationship struggles, Tequila or something.
I'm not up on her.
So she's out there, she's putting out content, and because it's so compelling, people are flocking to her, and now she's a star. And I believe we have that same opportunity. It's just about having something so compelling that people have no choice but to watch it.
Compelling, aka controversial, aka violent. I think all those things.
That's a way to be compelling, but there's other ways to be compelling.
Yeah, you could come out and say that, you know what I'm saying, it's better to love a woman because loving a man ain't gonna give you no baby. But that's gonna upset some people that go that way. It's compelling. It's almost true. You feel me?
If
But
I
it
can
ruffles
put out
feathers.
a piece of content that you watch, for example, a movie does it. They spend maybe $100 million on a good movie to $300 million on a really high budget movie. That movie is only an hour and a half long to 2 hours long, and you're completely entertained and engaged the whole time. So I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, we don't need to do that. We don't have those budgets. We can do that, and it could probably be really good if we have the right camera, put it on Netflix or Tubi, wherever platform we want. But I'm sure we can do 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 60 seconds, an hour, whatever we want. Have entertainment that's so compelling that engages the viewer to a point where they have to share it with their friends. They have to like it. They have to comment. They have to talk about it with their coworkers at work. That's the level of entertainment that brings those Lucius guys.
Okay. But once again, all that is subjective to their personal opinion of what is compelling or what is going to draw that attention. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the easy
But
way to
are they
do it,
designing it?
yeah, an easy way to do it is by having two rappers beef,
Yeah.
violent. But before that, there was Michael Jackson with songs like "We Are the World," with songs like "The Man in the Mirror," with songs like "It Doesn't Matter If You're Black or White."
And unfortunately, with those, although they were Michael Jackson and although they were international hits because of his level of popularity, I would say those same songs are not the same way with us. When I say us, people of melanin. The melanin people ain't grabbing the older Michael Jackson tapes. They grabbing the old. Excuse me. They're not grabbing the most recent Michael Jackson stuff. They're grabbing the more dated Michael Jackson stuff
the
from when
Thriller,
it
the Off the
was
Wall, the Bad.
all that. Anything before Bad, you feel me? That's where I'm at. Anything before Bad is good.
I mean, his music videos though were always really
Music
good.
videos were spectacles, and they were at a time when that was the thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like I lived during a time when 8 tracks was the thing. Then they came with 12-inch, you know what I'm saying, vinyl, and then they came with tapes, and then they came with CD. So I've lived through some stuff.
I mean, that's technology though.
It's not different. It's not different. It's just the thing of the moment. And that's all I'm getting at. Videos was the thing of the moment.
There's always going to be a moment though.
And those moments pass quickly. So
Yeah,
you got to hit the moment right now and know what's next before it's next, you know?
Right.
And that's the part where I say things like, are we creating that moment? And the people are just accepting it because most of us are sheep and we're going to take what we given.
Yeah. I believe we create what's going to happen next.
Just so you brothers know, I was trying in the background to play this video and it's not playing, just so the one that Troy was talking about.
I saw it on News 8. They played it today on 2 different versions. They showed it where they played it to the mom and dad and the lawyer, and you hear the mother and the father speak, and then you hear Robert S. come on and say a word. But then there's an earlier video where they kind of show the whole video, and it's really foul, bro. It's really foul because they lie. To me, they get caught in a lie. The original story was that they ran across this man in happenstance while he was at a gas station putting air in his tire. When they say they released the video today, they say he was hit by an undercover guy in an undercover vehicle that didn't have any insignia on because he was undercover. And he'd been undercover with the fugitive response team all night. So he didn't have a body camera. He didn't have this. But that goes directly in the face of what they told us in the original story, that they ran into this man by happenstance at the gas station. And then the foul part, when he's running away. He's running to a Burger King. He's an arm length from the door. He's an arm length from the door when he's crushed by a Hyundai between the wall and the window. Now, while he's on the ground dying, writhing in pain, talking about his back, his body's broken, he can't breathe, they're cuffing him, telling him to be still. When the paramedics get there, they never put him in the ambulance. They keep him cuffed until he dies. But I don't want to be over dramatic.
It's absolutely terrible.
I don't want to be over
How
dramatic.
can you be over dramatic about a kid lost his life like that? There's no over dramatic to it.
And it's just heartbreaking for me to see a kid that hung out with my children, that has pictures with my sons. And I know the parents, maybe not hung out with them, maybe not had dinner, but the faces are familiar. To know that
we talked about this before on the show. We talked about it on the show, tough, and you know, there's no over the top when stuff like this happens. You know, it's just the way it looks is straight evil, and it needs to be confronted as such. You know, that's just the bottom line. No parent should have to deal.
The problem is that's one of two, Sid. And the only reason the other one's not getting as much publicity is because he was hit running from a stolen car, and they just had to pull him off life support today. But that's why it's not getting public, because he didn't die in the act of it. He got hit and went to the hospital and been in the hospital in a coma. But the cops or the doctors already said, he in a coma, but he dead. Just unplug him. So they unplugged him today. So that's 2 dead within a week of each other from getting hit with cars. And what part of the game has this become, where an officer is using his vehicle as a subduing tool? You can't catch him. You can't tase him. Just hit him. It was a probation violation. Not that he murdered somebody, but he violated his probation. It's tough, Sid. It's tough for me to, you know what I'm saying, just be a functioning member of society like these things aren't happening to us. And they are us. Whether that was my child or not, it was somebody that looked like my child. Looked like my little cousin nephew that's on the screen with us. They all look the same, bro. How's the cop going to tell the difference? He don't see a difference in it. They killed Air Force guys. They killed a probation violation. All you got to do
when
is
it comes to, yeah, you know, we just keep it fair and clean and proper, you know, that whoever those people are who did that thing, it looks straight evil. If you are also wearing the uniform and you're not of that spirit, then that's not who we're talking to. That's not who we're talking about. But for the cats who are involved with this nonsense, it's straight evil. And again, I don't believe that the family of God has to believe that this is just okay and just let it go down like that. I think that you have God in your heart for a reason, and God is a God of justice. And I don't believe that we should just be allowing this type of evil to go unchecked, because it's going to just continue to happen, whether it's to that family or our family. You know, when it comes to that, now you're talking about, as you'd like to say, the human family. This stuff shouldn't go down like that.
And you're absolutely right. The unfortunate part about this is when you talk about not letting it happen, ultimately that sounds like we're condoning violence. But if we want to go with anything but violence,
how does it sound like condoning violence?
It sounds like violence, because how else do you stop violence that's happening to you without using violence? That's the part. Because we know that the things that are happening are violent.
Yeah. In fairness, just we've been talking about many things tonight that have to do with the spirit and how things need to be inside of you before they even manifest, right? Before they even manifest. We've talked about the system. We've talked about the person, the people, the teams, all those things, right? So you're still addressing what's inside of that person before it even manifests. Okay. And if you were talking like you did about how Jesus was trying to get to these folks before they were acting crazy, before they acted a fool and disrespected what God's law was or what God wanted them to do as far as righteousness and judgment, those things are being confronted. You brought the example of Jesus kicking over the tables in the temple. Was he being violent, or was he addressing before it got out of hand, before it went any further than what it already had? Right. So I don't think you have to necessarily meet it in the street. You can meet it before it gets to the street.
Well, and I'm with that, but that's what I brought up earlier when I said I've never seen a very powerful group that I respect called Black Lives Matter, although they've done a lot of marching and a lot of things that have helped. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything on any ballot. And that's where my confusion is. I need to understand who's in charge of putting things on ballots, who's in charge of getting things articulated and voted for, and how do we get it done? We've talked about police reform, but I haven't seen any ability to vote on police reform. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing I think needs to be addressed. And if we had anybody that was political, if we had anybody that's trying to get people to believe in voting, to me, that should be their agenda. We should tell the people that want our votes, you can't have our votes until we see something that is going to benefit us in the voting process. And until that's articulated, it's very difficult for me to get behind anyone that's not speaking that way, because to me, that's what I'm seeing results from. People coming together and voting in large numbers for a particular outcome. And we've used them earlier, but the LGBT The rest of those letters are now, in my opinion, the direct beneficiary of civil rights. Not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying they earned it through voting. And that used to be for melanated people that were marginalized in this country. We got to get back to what is working, if it is in fact working, because I haven't seen us do anything or have anything on the ballot that would relieve any of this pressure that we endure. So that's where I'm at with that. We need something to vote for. We need some body, some entity, some group to figure out a way to get it on the ballot nationally. The president wants things from people of color to come out and vote so Trump won't get back in office. Well, we need to put out an ultimatum. We will do this. We will come out and vote. But whoever's going to be the next president needs to have some reform in their hookup. And this means before we vote, man, we need to see this before we vote. All these open-ended promises. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Flat out.
Well, I think any group that has gone through anything close to what we have gone through in every respect to the core is deserving of strategic plans to make sure these types of things don't happen again. I think that that's just, as you would say, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. Otherwise, yeah, this junk is going to continue, and that's no good.
Who do I look
and
to?
I do
man?
think,
like, who do we look to? Like, do we have leaders in our community? I mean, I know certain names. I know names like Al Sharpton. But while all this stuff was going on, he was at the Met Gala yesterday with a woman half his age. Not judging. I'm just saying. He can be anywhere he wants.
How do those two things go together, brother?
Well, because what we've seen is that we were given leaders, right? When we were growing up, we had guys that we thought were in charge of the black community, whether it was Jexy Jackson, Al Sharpton, they were speaking on our behalf, right? They were at all the shenanigans trying to say, hey, we shouldn't be treated like this. But I'm saying it was a designation. It was just a hollow thing. He was put out there to satisfy and sate the people, you know what I'm saying? Calm them down. But no change ever really happened under his watch. And I don't want to diminish anything he's done.
I think that's fair too, is to not diminish, right? I mean, we can't
I don't want to diminish.
Yeah, we can't say that the brother hasn't done some good. That I think that would be wrong to try to act like he hasn't done any good.
No, I'm not going to judge his resume and say he hasn't done good. But what I am going to say is what I've seen from what he has done. I've seen him speak. I've seen him lose weight and get that under control. I've seen him shorten his perm. And I've seen him benefit from these things. He lives a good life. He's wherever he's at. I'm not hating on none of that, man. But how do we get it to the people? And that's where I'm seeing the breakdown. Things are not getting.
And if let's say the things are not changing, right? Certainly not to the degree where the stuff is stopped, right? Let's say that, there's no touchdown here. There may be some yardage being picked up if you follow the football analogy. There may be some yardage, but it's certainly, we're not in the end zone. And with stuff like this, should have been in the end zone decades ago. So I agree with you that when you look at it, if you say, well, dang, man, where the touchdowns at? I'm agreeing with you on that I'm not seeing the touchdowns either. But I don't want to, although I'm also saying the touchdown should have been happening a long time ago, I'm still not of the persuasion to say, oh, that means that this other guy who's been out on the battlefield hasn't done anything. I don't want to put those two together. He may be helping us get some yardage. We just, maybe if we would have helped out more, we would be in the end zone.
I know you're right. So I got to say this to, go along with that. You're absolutely right. And I think what I say when I bring those guys' names up, I think that's a Freudian slip where I'm really talking about myself. If I really want to be honest with you, I'm complaining about what I haven't done. I'm complaining about what I've seen, and I've been so comfortable in my existence, I refuse to move from it. I'm comfortable in my house. I'm comfortable not having any law enforcement problems or being woken up late at night for any shenanigery. I'm so comfortable. You know what I'm saying? But I saw a sign today at an outdoor shop. It's a new outdoor shop by where I work at in the barber shop. I was on break. But the sign simply said, being comfortable is a slow death. And that kind of struck me because we talking this talk and I'm complaining this complaint and I'm pointing these fingers. But it's like Janice said, man, what have you done for me lately? I'm complaining about what other people have done or haven't done. How can I look in the mirror when I ain't took a day off to do nothing? You know what I'm saying? I ain't took a day off to go nowhere and stand next to nobody. I talk about it at my job in the barbershop, but I'm no better than any of those names I mentioned. So, Brother Al Sharpton, I'm sorry for bringing your name up in any type of negative light or in any way insinuating that you ain't been about your business. What I am saying is I personally have not been about my business helping anyone in any regard to any type of situation. I talk a good talk, but I haven't got uncomfortable.
Well, just because this has been a great night for pushing back on each other, so let me push back on you a little bit right there. I don't want you to go to that extreme either, though, because you are at the barbershop and you do say good things and you hear from the community and you talk to the people, and that's important. You are a listening ear and you give words of advice, and then you share stories like you are picking up from the street to situations like this, to people all over the world who, wouldn't have that light shined on them. You're able to do that when you come on with this and you say, hey, have you heard about this? Did you hear about, whoop, whoop, whoop. So that is important, to shine that light, that people can, that the truth can get illuminated, that stories can be brought out, that and experiences that you have. You have family, you have children, you have grandchildren that you're blessing. You just had the fam on here. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened to his feed, but the words that you said to him, how encouraging you were, etc. I mean, those, you putting your stamp on the brother and you saying, hey, you love him. And, all of his brothers and sisters, what I'm saying, you showing mad love and all of that, so let's not go to the other extreme and be like, nah, I ain't doing nothing. That's not true. Words matter. Extremely important.
You're right. I feel it all and I hear it all, and I appreciate you for putting that out there. But I just had to set the record straight with Brother Sharpton. A lot sometimes my tone and my dis my dissatisfaction. I don't know if I'm making these words up, brother, but man,
yeah.
That part of what I feel,
that we're dissatisfied. We're not happy with the speed or the lack thereof when it comes to actually stopping the nonsense. Where mothers are not having to deal with their child being, hit by a car and dying, and where we're not seeing this type of nonsense. That's extremely important. So where this stuff stops.
Like I said, I don't know. I haven't been able to recover from the things that I've witnessed earlier. So to not have recovered from trauma and then keep being bombarded with similar trauma, I don't know what kind of effect that has on an individual over time. You know what I'm saying? If I'm just going from the pandemic till now, from George Floyd to Breonna Taylor to, you know what I'm saying? I can name 15 names since then, and that's not even 5 years. It's crazy. It's really crazy. And I don't know how you stay sane in an insane environment. What is that like?
And And that's part of the trauma that we as a people face. You know, if you look at other cultures and they go through something, they have no problem acknowledging that not only was it wrong what happened to them, but it should never happen again. And they'll even tell you never again, right? You know, there are other cultures that'll make sure the world knows, you know, that this was terrible what happened to them, but they don't allow their history to be pushed under the rug and say, well, that was yesterday, let's forget about that. Why are you bringing that up? Man, they have museums, they have organizations. They will shut you down quick if you try to push their history. Try to push their history on. Right. Try to push their history under the rug. You're going to have a problem. But our people, you know, as far as, once again, talking skin color, which is not the end all be all, but when you talk skin color, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like we have to be tentative about the horrors of what has happened, the unfair game. And I say unfair there's a lot of, you know, more egregious words that we can use, that all of a sudden, you know, everything's just okay now. And you know, there are effects. There are effects after the trauma, and the trauma continues. It's an exponential thing. Just, you know, talk about PTSD. What about us as a people? So it's okay if you understand that there's a ripple effect. Bro. Pardon me?
We have it in a high level when you talk about PTSD. Okay. Because you have it from a social level, you got it on a home level, you got it on an economic level. It's so many levels that it's hitting you from that it's hard to, you know what I'm saying, know where it's coming from, because it's coming from so many different angles, and each angle is different.
And the same as we're talking about scoring these touchdowns and actually getting there. By the way, young Rhodes said that he is coming back on online here. So he just sent the message in. So, you know, I mean, it's the same thing you're saying, yo, that if it's not even being addressed, or people don't even feel like they can talk about it, then you know that trauma is not being properly dealt with. So we as a people, if we're still under the you know, just stop talking about it. Well, then you know that we're not getting to the end zone that way. That certainly is not going to, especially when you have competition. To continue that illustration, there's another team on the field, at least one. So if we're not going to do the right things to get the proper yards to get to the end zone on our own, let alone the fact that there's competition, oh man,
it's tough, man.
Oh man, that just looks bad all the way around. That looks bad all the way around. So I know that it's getting late for you. I know you got to work. I was hoping at least let LA jump back on. We waiting on him. He did send a message. You can see he sent a message to us letting us know that he's coming back on. So we'll try to let him get on, and you can give him another pat on the back once he jumps on. And we'll let you get some rest.
Oh man, I just got to cut some hair tomorrow.
Yeah, why are we talking about that? Let's go ahead and let folks know, if you're ever in the West Michigan area, if you're ever in the 616, holla if you hear me. If you're ever in the 616 and you want to continue to have great conversation and be groomed, get your hair sharpened up, buttered up, this is the man to see. Let them know how they can get with you, Brother Troy, if they want to have some great conversation if they're in the Grand Rapids area.
Easy to find, right down in the middle of the city at 1117 Wealthy Street, Southeast, Grand Rapids. Available for walk-ins, available for appointments. You can make them at cliftontroy.booksy.com. You know, get in and check it out.
And that link is in the description, ladies and gentlemen. So you can certainly, and family. I mean, you talk about your sons and bringing them on and letting them hear some great conversation, be around the fellas and all that. Just really, really important. And, you know, all these types of things we've got to do. You know, say, well, I need a role model, for my son. And, you know, hey, take them by and let them hang out with brother Troy and let him
Oh no, but we
talk to
like
your
Barkley
son.
over here.
Well,
Sid. We ain't
say
no
it
role
again.
model. I'm Barkley over here. I ain't no role
Oh
model.
my goodness. Oh my goodness. How many
Nah,
children do you
I'll
have, sir?
vouch.
How many? Just stop here. I'm gonna get with the facts. How many kids? How many children do you have, sir?
I made 7 of them.
And how many grandchildren do you have, sir?
Woo! You ain't gonna believe this, bro. I just got a call from my daughter Jasmine down in the ATL. She talking about, Dad, I got another baby on the way. This number 4. So for grandchildren for me, just so I can blow y'all minds back real quick, I have 17.
Congratulations.
3 of them
So,
will
ladies
be
and gentlemen,
girls. The
ladies and
rest are
gentlemen,
little boys.
ladies and gentlemen, a
Holla if you
man
hear
who
me.
has that much experience talking about he's no role model, like
No,
he's
I'm
got
no
nothing
role
to
model.
offer. Oh my goodness.
Listen, at best,
Look, this is how I feel about
tale.
what you just said. Let me show you how I feel about it. Do you see the dog right here? You see that on the left? This is how I feel about what you just said. Just like, oh man, this guy
Brother,
right here on the left.
no
This
role model.
guy. That's exactly how I feel about what you just said. This
At
guy.
best,
What is he talking
I'm a
about?
cautionary tale. I am what not to do in certain situations. I am the exception to the rule, but I am blessed and highly favored, and I will tell you the truth about it. So it's not a personal thing. It ain't no down slight. Just don't do what I do. Do what
All
I
right.
say.
So let's remove, in fairness, if you don't like the term role model, Mr. Barkley, if you don't like the term, will you at least admit that if the young man comes and he's in your chair, you're going to look out for him and give him some good words, tell him some things about your life experience,
Now
and
that
put him on the right
definite.
track?
I will bless
All
him
right.
with a buttery haircut, beautiful blend, crispy line, and also any truthful jewels of experiences that I've had.
There
or
you
been
go.
privy
There you
to,
go.
Honest, transparent truth.
You're
No
going to
lie.
share it with the brother.
Yes. And I've been getting my hair. Troy was my first barber. I've been getting
There
my
you go.
hair cut from him for years, back to back to back, giving me the family love. And the times where I didn't have it, he hooked it up for the free.
Hey, look,
So,
I want y'all to know, man, all that involvement is iron sharpening iron. So me having 4 sons and then my cousin having some kids, all that practice sharpens the game. You feel me?
There it is.
And I'm still
It's a
getting
blessing.
better 22 years into this. Trust. Tightening up
Yes,
my
sir.
customer service skills.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But on that note, fam, I got to go to sleep because I got to be at the job at 9 a.m., man. I got appointments.
Wait, hey, much love to you. We've enjoyed having you on. I'm glad that you stayed until LA came back on, so you could say peace to brother man as well.
Oh, and let me put this out here. I've been hearing you call him LA, man. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to do that too? I got to call you by the new nomenclature?
it's not new. It's actually stems from childhood.
Bro, I've been knowing B since you've been Mr. Brian my whole life. I never heard the LA. I'm sorry. I don't know how I missed that. But don't take me calling you by what I know you as a slight. I got much respect for your whole hookup family, your whole hookup.
So this is check this out, Troy. Check this out. So my man, talking about brother LA here, because I didn't call him either of the two, right? So my man was not speaking. This is the first iteration. My man is not talking. He's a little dude. He's just not talking. Days are going by, weeks are going by. He's just not talking. So I hold him for the first time. Like this guy, because his brothers and sister, they talk. But this guy's not talking. Hold him for the first time, and it was instant. And I say, and there's people around, family around, I say, this guy's going to be a preacher.
You've been calling me preacher since as long as I can remember.
The first moment I held this guy, and he wasn't talking, Rhodes, this guy's going to be a preacher. And I said it. So it's a blessing, man. It's an absolute blessing. There's something on this young man, and it's been on this young man. And so, I'm truly, I love all my nieces, nephews, and I know you do too. and it's just a blessing to see all of their accomplishments. We hope to have others on as well, and help promote what they're doing in their life and share with them and hear from them. And but it's just so great to hear this guy, and what he has to say, because he's dropped some jewels for us, and it's just really it's really great to see what he's doing as a man. No more boy, right? True man over there. And speaking of fam, he's also a father. So congratulations to him. These men are carrying weight, ladies and gentlemen. So when they're out here grinding and leaving a legacy, we got to support them. So both of their links are in the description. Follow them, hook up with them. We continue the conversations. Troy's been around. He's been coming through. So hopefully LA will continue to come through too, now that he's all warmed up. And so when things are on your heart, brother LA, man, this is a spot. Dogs of conversation. Just let it out. Troy gonna be, this guy. He hits me like, we got to do it. I love that.
Yo, this is my therapy. Really, y'all don't know that I got rid of my therapist. This is my new therapy.
Yeah. Good night to you, brother. You have any last words, brother Troy?
That's it, man. I love y'all. See y'all next time.
Much love.
Do it right.
Much love. Love you
next time. No doubt. Peace.
All right. My man. Yeah, that was really something special, huh?
Yeah, definitely very special. Yeah. Great platform.
Yeah. You got a few more minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let me take a quick break, and you and I chop it up a little bit more. How about that?
Sounds good.
All right, bro. And conversation. All right, brother, man, it's really been a good night, man. You really had a chance to really get into some good conversation and chopping it up like we do. Things are going really well. So I was listening earlier. We didn't get a chance to really dive too deep into it, but if you don't mind, let's break down a little bit when you said that you began to try a little hybrid approach. I'm paraphrasing, where you allowed yourself to add some law and grace and bring in the two together, and it's been working for you. Let's walk down that street a little bit. What you got?
Yeah, so for Jesus, people had to follow the law and make sacrifices with their sheep, their lamb, and that was how they washed away their sins. Now, under grace, once Jesus died on the cross, he was the sacrifice for all of us. So we don't have to do that ritual like you said. Now, now if you have the grace, which you already have, if you confess your heart to Jesus, the Lord and Savior, but you also compound that with the law of what was before Jesus was here. He was always here in the form of the burning bush and everything, just he wasn't here in human form yet. God wasn't here in human form as Jesus yet. So if you combine the two, when I did that, from my personal experience, God blessed me with more wisdom. And I noticed an increase in my own business, my own entertainment business, which is LA Rhodes Entertainment. And on top of that, my day job, I noticed an increase in terms of finances. So when I did that experiment for about 30 days, I noticed increase. I don't know if you can contribute that to discipline or you can contribute that to God blessing me with more wisdom, because we know in the book of Proverbs, Solomon, King Solomon, who wrote Proverbs, asked God for wisdom. And because that pleased God so much, he gave Solomon the most wisdom he ever gave any other man. So, because of that wisdom, Solomon had the richest, he was one of the richest kings of all time. You can compare him to any Pharaoh, any Caesar, anybody, and Solomon was stacked tall against him. That's how rich he was, and that's how wise he was. So for me, wisdom and riches go hand in hand. Because if I look at the richest man and I look at the wisest man, which was King Solomon, he had the richest kingdom in history. He blatantly says all throughout Proverbs, if you're wise and you seek wisdom diligently, God will bless you with long life. He will bless you with riches. He will bless you, and I'm paraphrasing, he will bless you. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. That's God's word. So if you seek wisdom diligently, you will find wisdom. And that's the same thing. You apply that knowledge to anything. If you listen to me closely, hear me closely. If you have a goal and you want to achieve that goal and you apply diligence to that goal and you seek wisdom to achieve that goal, you will achieve it. So
Yeah,
when
there's a lot to unpack there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, so when it comes to fulfilling the desires of your heart, you have to have a goal. If you don't have a goal that you're striving for, you're not going to reach anything in life. You're going to be average and below average. You have to have a singular goal that you want to reach.
Who do you think that we're talking to when we say that? And this is kind of, and you know how I was touching on this as far as my belief that there are opposing teams out here, that everybody's not on God's side, right? So when we say these, what you're saying, the principles that you're talking about, who does it fit? Is it really just anybody, or are these principles for those who are of the family of God?
So, to be honest, any man, if you have a goal and you diligently strive for that goal, you're automatically going to start showing divine purpose. Automatically. Because if you don't have a goal and you're going with the wind, who's using you?
So you're saying that there's a divine principle at work, that even a person who's working for Satan, if they use this divine principle, it would still work for them.
Yeah.
That's some deep stuff. Why would, in your opinion, why would God allow a worker of iniquity to prosper from these principles?
It's there's certain laws of the universe that God has put in place. There's laws of nature. There's certain laws of nature. You can either use them, and that's what free will is for, because you can either use them for good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a goal, you can achieve that goal either for good or bad. That's where free will comes in.
Yeah, and I I know I'm asking deeper and deeper questions, so feel free to bounce them back on me too. I mean, we're having a conversation, right? So I mean, you're not on trial, right? You know what I'm saying? This is just us trying to voyage through life, and I know you like to think about these types of concepts, right? So we're kicking it, but there's don't feel like you can't also bounce it back, all right? But this is like, why do you think God would design it that way, right? Like, if I'm allowing, let's say there's a secret book. Now, somebody say, well, yeah, the Bible. No, just pretend, right? There's a secret book, and God has these wonderful secrets that are locked in this book. And again, we're just bypass the Bible for a second. Why would God allow a person who wants to do harm, do evil, and be corrupt to have access to that book? If God knows this person is not going to use what's in the book for good, because God, of course, knows the end of the story, right? And before, during, and after, for everyone and everything. Why would God create it that way, where I know you're going to do harm. I know you're going to, let's say, go and like the school shootings, I know you're going to go up and shoot up this school. But the secrets of how to learn how to do all these things are going to be in this book. And I'm going to, let you grab this book and let you grab this knowledge and let you diligently practice and become an expert markswoman or marksman and go in and use all these talents of your hard work and training and dedication to then go in and kill all these kids. Why would God allow that system to work for evil?
I don't know. What's your interpretation on it?
Well, Romans 8:28 says all things work together for the good to them that love the Lord, are called according to his purpose. So and we also know scripture, it says, Satan meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. So we even know in scripture that there were nations that God allowed to come in and jack up his people. God allowed certain nations to go into the children of Israel's house and bust them in the jaw because they were acting the way they were acting, that God would allow these things to happen, right? So there's a larger plan that God has, seeing all of it. But from that view that I'm at right now, I mean, so that's like a larger theological, like historic, God allows these things, and God may have a different way it's all going to work out for that you don't see yet, right? That rain has to happen because those crops have to grow, right? We complaining about the rain, but then we want, need the rain for the crops. So God's seeing the rain and the crops for a different way than what we might be seeing, just the fact that we trying to get out the rain. But that's a design, though, is where I'm at with that question. Like, but you designed it that way. Like, God didn't have to design it that way. So why would you design it? See, I understand you say, well, it is that way. It rains on the just and the unjust. The rain is getting your head wet, but you need the crops. Okay. But we talking about the creator. God didn't have to allow none of that to happen like that. So why would you do that? It's just weird to me. It's really weird. So I guess my answer to you is that I think it's weird. I think that, obviously God knows more of the story, but why even have a story? You're God. You're God. Like, okay, well, God wants us to serve and God gets pleasure from us serving him. Okay, but God had to design it that way. God don't have to depend on me to pray him. That pleases God. Well, God don't have to allow himself or whatever, I say him as inconsistent with scripture. Okay, but God does not have to allow God, if you understand what I'm saying, God does not have to allow God to even be designed where anything I do has any bearing on God. If Michael Jordan is at the free throw line and it's game 7, he's got to hit this free throw to win the championship. And there are fans yelling his name and calling him out his name and doing all this stuff. He knows how to block all that out. Get in his zone, block that out. But you telling me God, cares whether I praise or not. Why God got to care about me? I'm a fan in the stands. God don't have to set it up that way. Worrying about if I praise. Even the Bible says, the rocks will cry out. So that's letting you know God can get the praise from the rocks. So why deal with all of our nonsense and all of our vindictiveness and all of our craziness? I mean, we some weird cats as human beings. And God's got to put up with all that. The only reason God putting up with it is because God designed it that way. Then why design it that way? And part of that, LA, is that Adam and Eve were not designed for sin. They were designed with the allowance of sin, and God knew the end of the story. But had they held course and stayed in the Garden of Eden, these things wouldn't have happened anyway. So the intention, according to what we believe in the creation story, is that it wasn't supposed to turn out the way it did. We're supposed to be in paradise. There was never supposed to be a Jesus that had to come down as the sacrifice, because there would have been no sin in the world. These cats were designed to live forever in the garden. The end of sin is death. So there's no death. There's no death in the Garden of Eden. There's no death without sin. The wages of sin is death. That's what the Bible says, right? But the gift of God is eternal life. There you go. So you got no death without sin, without Adam and Eve falling. Okay, but that's still a design by the Creator. Why you designed it that way? You knew they were going to do that.
I mean, God
it's just weird to me. That's my thought. My thought is the junk is weird. That's my thought.
No, God will tell you the answers if you ask. He'll put it in your heart. He'll lead you to it. Yeah, oh, that scripture, or oh, this or that. Yeah, it'll all work itself out.
Well, part of it was for me to ask you, see what you thought about it. That's part of the quest.
Okay, so what's the question?
Why God would design it that way? God didn't have to design it that way. You dig? God did not have to design it where sin would ever enter the world, where there was no even opportunity for sin. Okay? God had to allow that to be the case. Okay, don't eat of this tree. Okay, so that's already, you already see a formula working here. and then they're gonna mess up, and then I gotta send my son. The whole thing. So God, knowing all of that, there's gonna be the war of Armageddon at the end, and there's gonna be the tribulation. There's gonna be heaven, hell. I'm gonna have to go through all this nonsense with these cats. I'm already knowing all of that. And yet, yeah, go ahead and run it. Go ahead. Do it. Why?
It's a great question. It's a great cliffhanger for the next episode.
All right. Well, we got one for the next time. So how you feel about Memphis, brother? You got the 616 and the 901. So tell us a little bit about your experience with Memphis.
Yeah, Memphis is a great city, bogged down by violence. Every time, which is possible, first thing you're gonna do is move out of Memphis. Use Memphis to blow up, and then you move out of Memphis. That's what happens. You blow out of Memphis. Multiple people blow out of Memphis every year, or every few years. People blow out of Memphis all the time. Nothing new. And then when you blow out of Memphis, you move out of Memphis. It's just too much violence.
Where's a lot of that stem from? The violence.
I mean, this is where Martin Luther King was assassinated. Martin Luther King was assassinated here.
Yeah.
It's a violent place.
How have you been able to stay safe?
By the grace of God.
So people talk about gun control. That's a hot topic, right? Do away with this, do away with that. Just so that I'm not leaving you out there by yourself on this point. I believe in being legally armed. I believe in that. And part of the reason is because if the other side has it, then don't come trying to take mine. If nobody has them, okay, well, then that's a whole different conversation. Say, well, okay, well, nobody had the bad dudes and the good dudes, the bad chicks, the good chicks. Nobody has it. Well, okay. Well, then, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Shut it down. That's one thing. But if you're going to say this is going on and these folks in my house and my baby's in here and I got nothing, that's a problem to me. That's a problem. These cats walking in my church and I can't do nothing. A problem.
Definitely. And if you were to get rid of all the guns from everyone, then that'd be basically communism. Because then the people wouldn't have any type of control. And the dark side would still be able to get them in how they're already getting it illegally.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. I mean, when I threw that out there, obviously there's a bunch of holes in that too, because I mean, even the Second Amendment, right? I mean, you're still talking about a well-formed militia that's able to stand up against the tyranny, right? I mean, against the, if you have a power that's trying to abuse you from the top, not just the person trying to rob you at the, local store, but I mean, you're talking about the inability of the people to even stand up against the oppression that may be coming from above. So yeah, I mean, there's just so many I hear you. So when I said nobody, I really meant nobody. Like they don't even exist. And we talking about whether or not we should try to create and make, and I mean that's really a bogus hypothetical. I agree with you because I mean people have to have something. But the argument that most people try to make when they talk gun control is as if to say by stopping the average citizen from getting them, you're going to stop the violence.
That's going to make the violence even worse.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous because now the people who have, right, there's no pushback. There's no consequence. No, you're good.
The best thing you can do is use your Second Amendment, use your weapon at the fire range, take the safety classes if needed be, get familiar with it, and pass it along to the next generation in terms of bring your son to the gun range and let him learn safety control early so it's just part of his understanding and part of his curriculum and knowledge.
Right. Being safe. And that's a big thing, I mean, firearm safety is very important. And if you have been introduced with these things early, and you know how to respect the power and you're able to be responsible, I think a lot of these things also are addressed with how it's introduced, whether or not you stole it and it's all new to you and you're playing around with it, you and your brother, you and your sister, and then something bad happens because neither one of you actually had any true training. You're just being curious or what have you. That's a problem. But like you're saying, I mean, if you're being brought up the right way and you're brought up being responsible, that's a whole different thing. But it's still the person. It's it's not the tool. It's the person, right? So we still have to look at what's inside of that person that has them doing these things, and that's when we go back to the beef that we were talking about initially, that it doesn't have to be the two of them, right? It can be people that love them, but they might be feeling a certain kind of way that this other person has said something about the person they love. And that could even be a fan, right? We talked about that. And now this other guy's coming to the city, your city, and you feel this kind of way, and you feel this is dead serious. You don't feel this is just entertainment. You don't feel this is just, for the bag. You feel like this man says, cross the line, and I'm not going to stand for it, or nope, I'm not getting any recognition in class. I'm not getting any recognition in the neighborhood. But if I do this, and I'm not encouraging anyone, so I'm going to just leave that out there. And I'm not even going to try to go down that road because I don't want anybody to get any ideas. But these are the things that we are concerned about, right? These are the things that we're concerned about, is people trying to get clout or what have you by doing crazy things. And so we have to be careful what we put out there because people have died for less. Back in the day when we were saying it was out of control, somebody had on a pair of gym shoes that somebody else wanted and something crazy happens. I mean, so how long ago was that? So this has been going on a long time. People need the smallest of reasons, if a reason at all, to do something crazy. And now we're giving them extra reasons. Somebody who you really feel a certain way about. It's a dangerous environment, man. It's a dangerous environment.
Yeah. So the best thing for me is to focus on my goals. Not worry about the BS. I can't live my life every day on edge, walking around with one in the head, constantly looking over my shoulder. Nah, I don't want to do that.
But you also don't want to be blindsided, right? Like you weren't looking that you didn't.
Not on my P's and Q's. Caught slipping
Yeah,
is what they say.
there you go. So, you know, I mean, at that point, you know how you feel about that. You know, I mean, if you allow that to be the case, now where are you? You feel me? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's like you said earlier, you know, you called me preacher for a reason.
Yes, sir.
God's got an
Yes, sir.
anointment over my life.
Yes, sir.
Just wait until you see this next music video I'm about to drop.
When did you know that, bro? When did you know that God had something on your life, that something was going on with you?
I mean, you've been telling me my whole life. My dad been telling me my whole life. It was just ingrained in me. It was programmed in me, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then when I did a performance at Pastor's Jam when I was a kid, that's when I knew, like, okay, music is my destiny.
Yeah, man.
Were you there for that performance? Pastor's Jam, I was a kid. I did
No.
a Thai tribute cover.
No. I didn't see that.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, it was amazing. It was Pastor's Jam, so the whole church was packed. Talking about Messiah in Grand Rapids, Michigan, of course.
616, baby.
Yep. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Messiah Baptist Church. Pastor Rhodes. He was a pastor, most respected pastor in the whole city, of course. The whole church was filled. It was so filled they had to bring extra seats. And I had a 15-piece choir behind me, live band to the side of me, and I was doing a Thai tribute cover, and the whole church caught the Holy Ghost. It was mayhem.
Wow.
Yeah, one of the most legendary performances ever. A lot of people still talk to me about it to this day. And that's when I knew music
nobody had it on video. Nobody recorded it, bro.
It was really before it. It was before iPhones.
Before all of that. What year you think this is that we're talking about?
Oof, that's tough, man. Maybe 2005, maybe. I don't know. That's just a guess.
Yeah, things have changed, right? Things have changed. Okay, have you seen this about the guy who just the other day, man, walked into the church? Or I don't know if he walked in, but I know he walked up to the pastor, and he apparently was gonna kill the pastor, and the gun supposedly misfires, but he had the gun right on him. Did you see that junk?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'm gonna show it to you. I want to get your thoughts on this, right? Right, man. Let me get your thoughts on this one, bro. Again, fair use. We're gonna drop some commentary on this one, but check this out. Let me just man, it's even hard for me to even bring this one. Like, okay, just check it out, bro.
Okay, but how do you know that's not staged?
Well, first of all, I don't know that. Let me show it to you again. My understanding is, from the reports that I've seen on it, my understanding is that this guy at his home. Now, again, this is my brief understanding. I haven't done due diligence on it yet. My understanding is like there was someone who was also killed at the house. So like where he was at when they went back and investigated, they found a dead body. So he had already allegedly, if I have the story right, killed someone before he even got here. So if it was an act, which it could have been, but if it was, then I mean they really went far to stage it, because my man allegedly had already done something before he got there.
Right. I want to focus on positive. I don't want my world to be too consumed with. I don't want to get consumed into the violence. I want to be consumed with love and positivity.
Yeah. What got me thinking about this is we were talking about not being blindsided, though. That's what brought that to the front. Is
Yeah, you
that
gotta have security.
yeah, yeah, that we just don't want to ever take our eye off the ball, to the point where stuff is catching up, to us like that. If we can help it, I do agree with your stance, to be positive and to try not to make it, the focal point of your life. That you still want to be able to live and breathe and, all those good things. But we also know that there's, a bunch of craziness out here. And you're also
Yeah,
looking to
yeah.
make
There's
sure you get
craziness
home
out
safe.
here, and you gotta be on your P's and Q's.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. So tell me a little bit about this new single that's coming out. The next one.
So the name of the song is called "You Are a Dream." The music video is already being shot. First scenes have already been shot. Second scenes are being shot shortly, and I'm gonna release it to the world here soon. This is gonna be a single, the second single off my next EP, "L.A. Rose." I've been already branding myself with roses by singing a cappella to the ladies, just random women on the streets, passing out roses. Every time I'm doing a show in a venue, I've been passing out roses. So the rose, I've been branding myself with the rose, and that is the name of the EP, "L.A. Rose."
There it is. So is that going to be a full rebranding or just for the track?
No, that's just this branding segment for this leading up to this EP.
I
So the
see.
first
I see.
single is "Just the Way You Are." That's gonna be on the EP. The second single is "You Are a Dream." Those two singles are gonna be on "L.A. Rose," along with 4 other tracks.
Okay. Sounds like a banger. Sounds like an absolute banger. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
classic in the making.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is there a timeline?
Yes, timeline. You've got to follow me on YouTube and Instagram to be in tune with the timeline. I will release dates and cover art soon.
You hear, ladies and gentlemen. So, be tuned in, subscribe to this guy's channel, and so you can have the insight and know what's going on. And you know how it is when you grinding, ladies and gentlemen, and you making it happen. I mean, anytime you start something, you have vision and dreams. I mean, sometimes you might say, and I asked about the timeline, but we all know. I mean, even the heaviest of the heavyweights, it might take a little longer because they want to get it right for you. And so the brother is grinding and he wants to get it right for you. So, that's why you want to be subscribed. You want to get the notification so you can know when he says, yep, it's been in the stove long enough. It's ready, y'all. And boom, you can be on it. You can be on it, especially ladies, when you talk about having some good music that makes you feel good about who you are. He's already given that to you. He's already given that to you with the first video that we saw earlier today. I know you want to catch it, so you want to hear it, put it on your playlist, and just rock to it. It's good stuff, good stuff. And even on that track, you got some other videos where you're doing it. That's what you said, right? Acapella, the same song, just walk up to ladies, give it to them like that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, that's cool. That's cool. Anything else you'd like to share?
Yeah, and the EP is on the way. I want to make sure it's right, top quality, highest of quality. On top
Yeah,
of that, I'm still giving you singles along the way. That's going to be on the EP.
there it
So
is.
I'm giving you content. I'm giving you
There
what
it
you
is.
want. I can't hold anything back. I gotta give you my all. Put my heart in it, my soul in it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, what about the flow? This is all just you gonna be doing vocals the whole thing, or you gonna drop a couple lines, a little hip hop in there to grab a little flow? Because I know you got that in your history as well. So
Yeah, so on this one, there's not gonna be any. There is one verse of some flow, some rap. It is
okay.
from Feature. So I'll go ahead and leak that. There is a feature on there of a Memphis hip hop artist.
Uh oh.
It's a straight up South Memphis rap, South Memphis player.
Wow.
He's on it, dropping bars, dropping game, like smooth, like everything you want to hear. I mean, he killed it. So I mean, you'll hear it when the EP come out. And then
Yeah.
the thing is that might catch you by surprise is there's also interludes,
Uh oh. I
skits.
like that. I like that.
There's skits with sounds that create a vision and an image and pictures. For example, one interlude is trench coat interlude.
Hmm.
I was gonna leave that right there. Trench coat interlude will be on the EP.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a lot of creativity there. Now the interludes, man, that goes back, man. Like I say, man, you're really doing a lot of new and the old together. Just the fact that we talked about these roses, man. I mean, that's some old school stuff, man. Granddad type stuff. Get a lady a rose, and nowadays, man, to even think that way, and to present yourself in that way. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of good old and new coming together there, man. And so that's really encouraging. That's really encouraging. And you never know. Well, you might know, which is a good thing, but most people would be surprised about you coming like that. And that might be part of the magic, just the difference of it, that it is rare. And sometimes the rareness is, it breaks through because it's not like everything else, so it may be, you say, oh, well, yeah, that's old school. Like walking in the park with a lady, giving her a rose. Yeah, that's old school. Exactly. How many people miss that? And it touches a chord and people don't even realize it. Like, I don't know why I like that so much. Yeah, because you heard stories of your great aunt, your mama, you heard stories and you ain't seen that, but you heard that when you were coming up and now all of a sudden you feeling what you felt when you were, hearing them stories and like, oh, you just gravitating to it. It could be like that. It could be like
the
that.
reactions when I give away the rose is just like they're in awe. A lot of times it's the first time they've ever received flowers from somebody.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Where'd you get that up from? Where did that come to you? How did it come to you?
I don't even know. To be honest, it came to me in a dream. I was one of those sleepless nights, restless nights, kind of tossing, turning, having vivid imagery. Had some music playing in the background, and I kept seeing red rose petals flashing from different movies. And I don't know if you're familiar with Beauty and the Beast. That's a movie centered around a rose that's like falling, and like just
Yeah.
different images of roses kept popping in my mind, and it just manifested itself to what you're seeing now. Whole EP called LA Rose.
Yeah.
Kind of like from something higher.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this stuff can't be orchestrated. It's organic.
Yeah. And people can feel that, they just have to be introduced to it, and they have to understand it, and part of that is becoming a fan, becoming accustomed to it, like people that I like, let's say Sade, there are millions of people that they don't, that doesn't do anything for them, right? They could care less about listening to some Sade, it just don't move them. But those that can hear I mean, she made her whole career, traveled the world, did her thing. It doesn't take everybody, is what I'm saying, and you come up with something like you doing. I mean, there's still millions of people around the world that may be exactly, now that might turn into hundreds of millions. No problem with that. But just the fact that, you don't have to look at everybody's got to tap into that. There's still cats who want the club bangers every song, and they want dance, or they want the super bass, and or they want the foul language every track, and blah blah blah. They hooked on that. Okay, that's them. That's them. But then you have other cats, Michael Franks, Nita Baker, Maze, Frankie Beverly, Earth, Wind and Fire. You got cats that's just, they own some different stuff. They don't need all of that. They don't. That's not where they at.
See, and that's where the 616 comes in, because first and foremost, that is the home of the DeBarges. Secondly, Motown is Detroit, so that's all of Michigan. So Michigan comes from musicality.
Yeah,
We appreciate
absolutely.
musicality. And then coming down, bringing that to Memphis. Memphis is also a big music city. They had Stax when Motown was big. It was Stax that was big down here.
Absolutely.
Their music was more based off love and soul. That's
Yeah,
where music
you got
actually
Brother
stemmed
Mitchell.
from.
You got Brother Mitchell there. You got Isaac Hayes, the whole thing. I'm familiar. Beale Street. I mean, I'm familiar, and
Yeah.
that's straight love. You know what I mean? But let's not leave out the great Al Green.
Can never do that.
So I mean, so you're talking about some heavy, heavy stuff that and even before DeBarge, we got to bring up Switch.
Yeah, switch.
So and I say the name DeBarge, but I mean it was the DeBarge also with homeboy Greg and the whole fam, that makes Switch, and that was legendary because you're talking about Bobby, and
There,
Bobby
yeah,
and Greg. So I mean it's just amazing, amazing history in the 616 as far as beautiful music and incredible talent. It's
yeah,
hard to walk past it if you know. Now if you don't know, but the music, you know the sound. You might not have known
yeah.
that's where it came from, but you know the sound.
Right. And I'm homegrown bred in that. And the thing is, my first songwriting mentor was actually David Porter. And
Mm,
he was the one who founded Stax Records and wrote most of Isaac Hayes' hits, wrote them and co-wrote them with him. All the big songs you hear from Isaac Hayes, David Porter wrote them, and he was my mentor, songwriting mentor.
that's incredible.
We follow each other on Instagram to this day and still message each other. I sent him the music video. He loves it.
It's
And
incredible.
he's got a big studio downtown Memphis, made in Memphis, for you entertainment. And that's one of the studios that I record a lot of tracks at.
That's great. That's great. Well, blessings to that brother. For real, for real. Blessings to that brother. And if he ever wants to bless us with some words and throw out some history so we can, encapsulate the history, get it down and to the point where this stuff, we don't want this stuff to pass away. What's in his head and what's in his heart. I mean, there may already be others that have put it down and, it's out there. But if not, we'd be more than happy to, bless the world so that we got it, it's somewhere, somewhere somebody can listen to this man and hear, some of these great stories. I really think a lot of our history, bro, just like what we're talking about, these guys we're talking about. What if you wanted to go that route? Real musicality, real old school, that information, where do you go for that? There's so much of the other. We know there's a whole bunch of the other, but how many porters are there out there that can really give you a guide, really put you on a path, of that type of sound? Very few. Very
Yeah,
few.
and on top of that, Barry Gordy, Barry Gordy, the founder of Motown.
Right.
He said that Bobby DeBarge was the most talented musician he's ever worked with. And you know, he worked with Michael Jackson. So at that same point when he was working with both of them, obviously he didn't get the chance to Bobby DeBarge didn't get the chance to evolve and continue evolving. But at that point, he was more talented than Michael Jackson, according to Bobby DeBarge. I mean, according to Barry Gordy. So that's how powerful this music is when it comes to the city of Grand Rapids.
And much love to the fam, the bars, the fam. You know, much love to them. You know, I don't know what time period he was talking about, and if he, you know, because if he was saying vocals or was he saying
He
as a
said
musician?
all around. He says he could sing, he could write, he could produce. He was saying all around musician.
Wow. Because at the same time, you know, Stevie was in the camp too. And I mean, you know, Stevie is, you know, light years ahead of, you know, at 4 years old, that guy was, you know what I'm saying, Mozart, right? So, I mean, yeah, wow, that's really strong. You
That's
know,
what he
Bobby's
said.
no joke though. Bobby's no joke because even Al, you know, homeboy, you know, the brother man, much respect to Al, you know, but he was even, I've heard him say that what he had to work to do, Bobby could just do. You know, it just came out of Bobby like that. Bam. You know, the greatness was just bam. You know what I'm saying? Al's like, you know, he had to sleep in the studio to get it to that level, you know, to get it there. He had to work. His work ethic had to be, you know, extreme, which it was. You know, he had to, you know, live in the studio and put it in and grind, you know, but he was like Bobby, it was just there. You know, he's even said that it was you
Yeah,
know,
some cats
miraculous,
guy like
man.
that.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
cats guy like that. A guy that I worked with who was actually signed to Universal Motown in the early 2000s, back in the one hit wonder era. You know, back in those days, they were signing one hit wonders. If you had a song that had some motion, some traction, you could get $100,000 deal back in the early 2000s as a one hit wonder to get, you know, because you had some motion with one record, and that's what was going on during that time. So one of those guys, I work with him. He's an executive producer. He engineers, he helps me songwrite, and he helps me arrange a lot of my records. He's one of those guys that every song he does, every song he writes is just fire. Me, I gotta record. If I'm not working with, if I'm working by myself, I'm staying in the studio, like I'm sleeping in the studio, like you just said. Your guy, what who'd you say was Al Green?
DeBarge.
No, who'd you say was had to sleep in the studio to
Right.
get like the bars?
DeBarge. Al DeBarge.
Oh yeah, El DeBarge.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
just like
right.
El.
I'm saying he's talking about. Well, I mean
Bobby.
the fam. My uncles that they, you know, your great uncles, they always said Al. You know,
Yeah.
but it's spelled L, as you know. You know what I'm saying? But they said Al. You know, but yeah, that when he was talking about what he had to do, work ethic versus
Yeah.
what Bobby
You know
could
how many
do
songs I
naturally.
had to record to get to Just the Way You Are? How many songs I had to record to get to You Are a Dream? How many songs I had to record to get to this EP? Of course, I'm gonna work with other talented artists and other talented people because one of my gifts is the look, the glamour, the stage presence. You can't buy that.
Hmm.
Just like Drake, he can work with other artists and absorb sound like a chameleon. And I'm the same way. I can do so many different sounds. That's why I know. That's why always so. I don't want to use the word tormented, but it's kind of like tormented. Like that's why I can never give up on his music. Is because I constantly have these visions and dreams and thoughts and flashes of imagery in my mind of where I'm supposed to be with this music. If I just keep going, just one more, if I just keep going, it's like I can't shake it. I have to do it. I tried to give music up before, and just like, you know what, I'm gonna give up music. I'm gonna focus on this regular safe career. I did that. Yeah, my career excelled a little bit. I started making more money, and then guess what happened? As soon as I was making the money, okay, now I'm making all this money. What's the point of it? What am I gonna do with it? Okay, what's next? And then that's when the music start coming back to me. It's like no matter what I do, I can't shake it. So I'm not even trying to dodge it no more. I'm accepting who I am. And I mean, I'm getting
Sounds like a good
results.
place to be.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
sounds like a good
results.
place to be.
I've released a few music videos, and I've got over probably with all the music videos combined, I'm probably getting close to 100,000 views. With my YouTube channel alone is well into 6 figures, and I'm gonna break into seven figures shortly. So I'm getting the results. I guess I just expect more of myself. Even though I'm still doing really good, if I show a random person on the street, hey, this is my YouTube channel, look at my analytics. Dang, you're blowing up, you're killing it, you're doing great. But to me, it's still not enough.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, if you have a certain level that in your heart you choose to be on, you know, then the rest of us, that's not our calling, you know. So it's not up for us to be like, oh no, you've done enough, you good, you know, that's cool, man, you know, you don't need to do no more. Nah, man, you know, that call is on you. I mean, we talked about King being assassinated there in the town, you know, et cetera, et cetera. What if that brother, just as an example, what if that brother had been like, yeah, I gave my sermon today, I'm good, no marching, no legislation, no going to the White House. You know, if that brother was just like, hey, they say I slammed at the church, I'm a mad preacher, you know what I'm saying, my sermon was, you know, everybody was going crazy with my sermon, I'm good, I ain't gotta do nothing more. No, I ain't gotta do no more. You see, he could have stopped with that. He was able to drop the funky verbs. He was able to drop the sermons. So he could have stopped it just like, hey, I had him jumping up and down today. I'm done. See you next week.
Yeah.
And who would have faulted him, right? I mean, who would have been like, nah, you supposed to be doing this, you supposed to be doing that, you know, whoop, whoop, whoop. Now in his case, there is a little caveat to that, because in his case, Ebenezer, you know, his dad was the pastor there in Atlanta. He came up under that, and his dad also had, you know, civil rights as something that he was very concerned with as well, not just preaching the word, but also, you know, what was going on in the community. So Daddy King was on that too. So just a little caveat to what I'm saying. You get my overall point, but specifically in that family, yeah, he might have been edged to be like, you know, your dad's out here concerned about that, you know, and you got the talent, you got the gift, you do have to do a little more, you know, in that case. So just to let folks know, I do know the history there, but still, overall,
That would have been
in
the
your
family
life,
influence him to do that.
yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, in his case, he might not have been able to just be like, I'm gonna just drop a sermon every Sunday and do nothing else. But that still didn't mean he needed to be marching on Washington. His daddy didn't do that.
He probably took it to a whole new level.
So what I'm saying is that, you know, that's still, like you're saying, that's still an internal push. There's somewhere else that I feel I'm supposed to take this to, and everybody else may not see that, because it might not be for them to see that, right? To see that level and to see why you still grind like you grind, why you pushing like you pushing, you know? I mean, we talked about Jordan earlier. He already has a ring. Nah, I need another one. Okay, now you got 2. Nah, I need another one. Okay, now you got 3. Nah, I need another. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you know, if he could have stopped at 3. Everybody around him, who else got 3? Like I got 3. I mean, you know what I'm saying? No, now I got 4. Okay, you can stop there. Nope. So that internal drive, you know, that's also a blessing and maybe a curse. But it's a blessing, but maybe a curse, you know, because it might mean that other cats out having fun, and like you said, you still working on that track. You got that burden. I mean, you know, that's part of the thing, man. That's part of the thing, is that it's also a burden. You feel that?
Yeah.
When people say a blessing and a curse, right?
So what's your burden? Because it sounds like you obviously know exactly what we're all talking about, and you're relating to it perfectly and expressing it through examples, through historical figures. So what's yours?
I have several of them, actually, you know, and I think that's part of my burden overall, is that God's blessed me with more than one gift, right? So that's part of my burden, is that I've been fortunate in that way. Whereas, let's say another person, just an example, let's say they're just tremendously great at cooking. You know, they could be the world's greatest chef, and that's it. So they know what it is that, you know, where God has placed them. So in the kitchen, and, you know, stellar mastery. And they ain't worried about, maybe they're not, as an example, you know, they ain't tripping about the fact that they are not doing this, that they're not doing that, they should be doing this over here. They ain't trying to have a march on Washington, as we were talking about, right? They're not trying to be the next Berry Gordy. They're not trying to, they know their place, they know what lane they're in, they're focusing on that. Okay, so there's a different type of burden there. But now that same person, if they do have some Berry Gordy talent along with being a chef, and they do have some athleticism along, you know, so now they got the Magic Johnson along with the this and that, along with the this and that, and, you know, along with the Berry Gordy, and they have the chef ability. Man,
like, which one do you choose?
Man,
yeah, and that's,
you know,
the thing. That's one of the hardest choices you ever make in life for anyone is, what do I want to use my life doing?
Yeah.
Figuring out what you want to do
in
in
our
your life
case,
is the hardest
it
choice.
gets even right, and it gets further complicated if you believe that God gave it to you, and if you believe that God has a purpose and a design for you with those things. So now it ain't just you no more. Now it's, okay, why do I have this? Why am I here? What am I to do with it? It ain't just you that's talking now. Now you're doing a lot of living. Did I get it right? Am I doing it right? Am I in the right season? Holla if you hear me, right? So I'm doing what I thought I should be doing. Nope, using the wrong season. Yep, you're supposed to do that, but not right there. It gets heavy. So now, you know, you bumping your head, but I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do. Okay, but not at the right time. Let's talk about like Jonah, right? You know, so yeah, you got all this talent, but you got to go where I tell you to go and use it how I tell you to use it. Just because you got the talent or you think you know what, I want you to use it a certain way at a certain place at a certain time. It gets heavy, man. It gets heavy. But what about what I want? What about what you want? Well, the Bible also says give you desires of your heart. But you could also end up in the belly of a whale doing it your way. It gets heavy, man. So Jesus says what? Not my will, but thy will be done. So even Jesus is wrestling with, you know, what I would want to do versus what you would have me do. Not my will. Not my will. I mean, you could wrestle with that. That might be something else we talk about on the flip side. But Jesus is saying, not my will, but thy will. This is what Jesus is saying.
Yeah,
think about that.
And the thing is, in Proverbs, now if you look at Jesus' genealogy, of course, you know, he didn't have, it was an immaculate conception, but if you look at his genealogy, King Solomon was actually his great down the line, his great grandfather.
Well, yeah, because David is in there, right? So you have to have,
all of them are in there.
You don't have Solomon without David. So we know that Jesus is of the line of David.
Right. And before that, Abraham. They're all, it's all the same family. But the thing is, in the book of Proverbs, he says you can make your plans, but the Lord directs your path, directs your steps.
Yeah, if you allow that, and there's still understanding to those scriptures, right? I mean, there's still, because sometimes we may have missed it. God said it, but we missed it. I heard Pastor Rhodes say one time, he said, I was doing my thing, asking questions like this, right? And we talking, chopping it up. One of my favorite things to do in this life, right, is chop it up with him, So chopping it up with him one day. And he says, yeah, he heard where I was coming from. Of course, he's a great listener. He's a great listener, man, great listener. And he said, yeah, at times like that, I say to God, if I missed it, I tried to hear, I'm going now. And if I am going wrong, I need you to stop me, but I'm going. Catch up to that. You know what I'm saying? If you're in the audience. So here's a man of God who, let's say, on the 15th, we're supposed to sign on to buy this new church. On the 15th, we're going to sign on to buy the new church. And we've been praying for it. Just, this isn't the actual example, but you catch the point. So on the 15th, we got to close on the church, new church. And we've been praying, Lord, show us, is this the right church? Is this the right move? Just follow the example, audience. And, we trying to decide. And whatever's happening, we haven't heard directly. The sky didn't open up, lightning didn't hit, and God and a voice from heaven shook the world and said, yes, get that church. So we haven't heard emphatically from God, yes, get that church. Okay. At times like that, but you believe you're right and you believe you're doing the wise thing, what do? Do you not get the church? We gonna just wait until God opens up the heavens and lightning hits. And if God don't open up the heavens and lightning don't hit, we not gonna move forward. Okay, but you gonna get up and get something to eat today. God didn't tell you to get up and cook that meal. God didn't tell you to get up and cook those pancakes this morning. Did God tell you that? So, I mean, do we really say, unless God speaks to us about everything directly in English, you're not going to do anything? Is that what we do? So there are times, going back to that burden, there are times when we might not hear it all the way, or we may have misheard it. But at times like that, what the man was saying is that you can also offer a prayer to go with that. And the prayer would be, stop me. Please, Lord, stop me. I'm not trying to go against your will. I'm not sure about this one, and I'm going to take this step in this direction. Please stop me if it's not what you want me to do. I don't know if I had the green light for sure, but I know that I want you to stop me because I'd rather be in your will than in my will. So please stop me if it's necessary. It's a heck of a prayer, man. And I think it's just very respectful. It's, it's acknowledging that we don't always hear clearly. I mean, we're talking about God. So is it really far-fetched that we don't completely understand from A to Z what God wants from us? I mean, if you understand from A to Z what God wants in every moment of your life, then you probably don't have a human mind anymore. I mean, you're still talking about the mind of God, which is infinitely more powerful than ours, right? So it's not far-fetched to say that we don't always get it right. That's not far-fetched. So then I think it's a very respectful prayer to offer, to say, hook me up if I'm going astray, hook me up, Lord, because I'm not trying to. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's great. Of course, that's great. It's a great prayer, a very powerful prayer. And on top of that, sometimes I feel like I do know certain steps though, because I have visions and dreams and signs that I don't try to do, and synchronicities. So I feel like sometimes I hear God clearly. Like sometimes I feel like I God. Sometimes I feel like God uses me and my music to further push His light on the world.
There's no denying that that's possible. There's no denying that that's possible. You know, that it goes both ways. There, we were saying that there are times when you may not have it clear, and inherent in that, if there are times you may not have it clear, we didn't say that you never have it, right? That you never have clarity, that you never hear, that, you know, that wasn't the context, right? So we were talking about the times when you don't have it clear. Given there is that, yeah, there are times when it is clear, and that's beautiful. You know, now it's a question of, like the beautiful wisdom of Solomon, you know, are you going to adhere to the word now? You know, are you going to give the ear to wisdom? Because as you have rightly said all night, that Solomon made it clear that wisdom is the principal thing, and you ought to hear and listen for it and to it and let it guide you. It's the principal thing. And so, you know, you've been so right about that. And it's all through Proverbs, letting you know, give an ear to her. Many times it's referred to wisdom as a woman, right? So, you know, listen to her and love her and basically be as intimate with her as you can, talking about wisdom as a woman is how Proverbs does it many times. And so that you're so right about that. You're so right. So yeah, when it is clear, jump on it and ask the Lord for the strength to keep you on it. You know, don't veer from it, especially if you know it. At that point, it's time to go, brother. That's green light. Step on it. Put your weight on it. As Ed would say, put your weight on it. Yeah. For sure. Now, I say Ed, but, you know, he was acting as Rudy Ray. So, you know what I mean, with Dolomite, might have been Dolomite saying, put your weight on it. No doubt. Yes, sir. Anything else?
Nah, that's really it on my end.
Hey, man, this has been great. I hope that you have enjoyed yourself. Have you enjoyed yourself tonight?
Oh yeah, 5 hours.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we put in that work. So we want the audience to appreciate what you've shared and your time and your thoughts and your heart. And what they can do to say thank you is to subscribe to the brother's channel. That's a great way to say thank you for what he shared is give him a great follow, and make sure that you hit the notification bell on his channel. It's in the description there. The brother L.A. Rhodes in the description. So that's a good way of saying, hey, man, we appreciate you giving hours tonight and blessing us with your thoughts, the history of what's going on with the beef, what's also going on in the music industry, what's going on spiritually, giving them gems about your walk and your talent and your goals and your vision, all of that, man. It's just been great to have you share. So I'm just saying, what do you think, man? I mean, I think that's a good way of the people saying thank you is to subscribe and to follow what you're doing with your career. What you think?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
For now. And then later they can go ahead and purchase the music and all of that on top of that, right? Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. People spend their money on all kind of crazy stuff, man. You might as well spend it on the brother and get your downloads and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shucks. It ain't gonna be that much.
Best music you've ever heard.
Uh-oh.
Some of the best music you'll ever some of the best music you'll ever hear.
we looking forward to hearing that. That sounds legendary.
Yes,
So we looking forward to
legendary.
hearing that.
Yeah, it's some of the best. I'm on an EP. I haven't even reached the album yet.
Uh-oh.
This is just an EP. Like, I already know the name of my first album.
Oh yeah. You gonna drop it here, or we gotta wait?
No, the name of my album. No, I'm not gonna drop the name of my album.
All right. Well, one of these times when you come back, hopefully it'll be the right time so we can hear what the future looks like. And we already talked a little bit about you dropping your acapellas and maybe doing some on-site for some future streams and all of that. So I think it's gonna be great to continue to ride the voyage, checking you out. You know we supporting what you're doing, and I'm looking forward to hearing the sounds myself, man, because I already like what I'm hearing so far. So, hey, bring it on, more and more. Anything you to leave the people with, whether they're watching live or they're watching the replay later on, wherever they are in the world.
Yeah, I got two more things. So the first thing is about my EP, LA Rose. I already said it earlier, but there is a interlude on there called Trench Coat Interlude. And then I got a question for you, Uncle Sidney.
Yes, sir.
This is off topic.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you this. If you would have took football seriously, like, you know what, I'm not going to do nothing else but football, how far would you have gone?
One of the best.
What position would you have played?
I mean, no question. Well, no question. One of the best. I mean, you know, just you look at we talk about the 616 and all the tremendous talent in the town, you know. I mean, I didn't keep growing, obviously. There were a lot of dudes that, you know, were much larger and they had the physicality that I didn't have. But even in high school, you know, I'm nothing but 5'5". Like, you know, these cats, I'm playing middle linebacker. And, you know, you got cats way over 6 feet, close to 200 pound, 300 pound linebackers and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And I was probably 150, 155. Just the smallest middle linebacker ever for, you know, big schools like we had back in the day. Yeah, but, you know, I mean, we were still blessed. I mean, we broke the all-time record at Crescent High School for tackles ever.
Who did?
And who are you talking to?
You broke the all-time tackles record?
And it held until the school shut down. Come on, man. So, I mean, you know, out of all the legendary guys that, you know, have come through there, and I give my hat, you know, tip my hat to all of them. You know, it has some tremendous talent, but, you know, I mean, we talking about that just it didn't matter. It didn't matter your size, you know, it didn't matter, you know, I'm coming at you. I'm in that chest, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, you know, strategically, I was blessed. I mean, I would study the game, just study the field, study my angles, you know, and I could get there, you know, it just didn't matter. You know, I was getting there, and don't let me get my hands on you, you know, just that was it, you know, and if we was coming physically, yeah, I'm in your chest. I'm straight in your chest. Wasn't nothing nice. There's nobody back in the day. They say, well, you know, Sid, and they saw, you know, later in life, the suits and all that kind of stuff, you know, but if you go back and you ask anyone that played with us, you know, about your uncle on the field, they'll tell you he wasn't nothing nice. Wasn't nothing nice, man. You know, I was straight mean with it. You could have asked your boy Troy, he'd have told you, you know, so this man wasn't. I was seriously at war on that field, man. Straight up serious. I mean, it wasn't nothing nice. And that to your question, and I thank my dad, man. I mean, my mom too, for sure. My dad was at all the games, man. You know, all those years. I mean, I started young, 6, 7, all the way, you know, and that was the main reason why I stopped after high school, was because I knew I'm probably going to kill myself out here, because I wasn't growing, but I'm still going to be in these cats' chests, 100%.
So if you would have switched to the cornerback
100%
position,
Rockfords and the Forest Hills Northerns and all of that, and you know, them guys was coming off the line, 300 pounds, you know, off the line. Didn't matter to me. Didn't matter. You know, I'm going through you, and at that fullback, through him, you know, halfback, he's going. I mean, it didn't matter, man. So it was, I knew me. Said, man, yeah, I'm gonna kill myself. Now, when you ask about position, so let's say I transfer like free safety or something, man. I saw myself coming full speed at these guys, same way. I'm not going for no ankles, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself out here. This is what's gonna happen. I'm blessed right now that, you know, guys kept me safe, you know, but the way my style, how I'm playing, yeah. I didn't grow, and I'm just knowing something gonna break. And one of these times, one of these 350-pound dudes, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm coming, right? And your body can only take so much, man. Your body only takes so much. So either I'm going to not play the way that I'm playing, or I better leave this stuff alone. And, you know, that was that. I said nope. And since that day I walked off the field, that day, I have not watched a full football game in my life since that day. It was true commitment, man. It was just that much a part of me, you know. I mean, you know, I played other sports too, basketball and all that, you know, ran track and even swam. You know, God really blessed, you know, me in that way. But you asked the question, so yeah, I mean, I was either gonna be, one of the greats until I died out there, one way or another, you know. We play running back most of our life too, you know, and yeah, man, yeah. We had to say goodbye to one of our brothers just the other week from Grand Rapids, Doug Brown, man. Peace and blessings to that man and his family. So we just had the homegoing a few weeks ago, and his father asked me to speak at the homegoing, and that brought it all back, because when we were 8 years old and all of that, that's who it was in the backfield, Michigan and Fuller, you know, and there were other cats, obviously, Tudor and, you know, some other guys. Mad love to all of them, Michigan and Fuller, but we were undefeated back in the day, man. You know what I'm saying? And I was playing running back and middle linebacker even as a kid, undefeated, city champs year after year after year. So we were already, you know, I mean, I was already being conditioned as a youngster against all the kids, you know, in the city. Didn't matter, you know, King Park, Garfield, all of them. No, we were undefeated year after year after year. So that's why I say, if you go back and ask those cats, LA, it's undeniable. All those dudes who became whatever they became when we were young, they couldn't stop me running the ball, and they couldn't handle me when they had the ball. Much respect and love to them, but it's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? I was beating you already. You know, y'all just kept growing, but I was already doing what I was doing to you. It's the heart of the matter. You hear me? It's the heart of the matter at that point. You already know in your heart, you know, who you didn't want to run into. You know in your heart, because it's been happening to you since you was a shorty. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, nothing nice. Nothing nice. Same way I put you on your back when we were 8, I'm doing it when you were 16. I know who you are. It's the same game. You coming up against the same spirit. One of us got to go down. Yeah. Memory lane, right? glad you asked that question. That's a pretty interesting question.
Because I remember you talking about it years ago. Just wanted to get some insight on it now.
Yeah, 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 man. And again, respect to all those brothers, especially the cats that were on our teams, and even the cats who we tangled with. You know what I'm saying? Peace and blessings to all those cats, man. Just much respect, much love. We had it going on, man. We had it going on. And, I miss those guys, you know. A lot of good guys, a lot of good experiences. Sports to do that, you know. All different races. You know, I mean, sports are amazing in that way, LA, you know, and you know, but it's really amazing how you can come together. And guys who, if it wasn't for the team, you know, wouldn't talk to each other in the hallway, wouldn't sit next to each other, wouldn't have nothing to do with each other. But the way I feel about it, and the way a lot of these guys that I came up with feel about it, I mean, that connection is there regardless. That's a life connection, even if we don't see each other for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I just told you, yeah, man. I mean, that being at my man's home going, our connection was right there in Michigan and Fuller. Bonded for life from that, man. Bonded from life for that. So peace again to my man Doug and the family, Mr. and Mrs. Brown, and all of, you know, just blessings to the family and what they're still going through. But sports, man, it's crazy like that. It's crazy like that. Team, and takes me back to the other point that I was making. You know, there are teams out here. There are teams, man, whether we like it or not. And I believe that God has a team too. I do believe that. And by the same token, I believe that Satan's got a team. Holla if you hear me.
Yeah, that's bad.
You know, yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. So that record was, yeah, we held that record, man. So it's not just talk. It's not just talk. What else you got?
That's about it. That
All
wraps
right,
up.
man.
Those are my last two questions.
All right, brother. All right. You'll be back, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll be more than happy to have you again, and we can go down the line and get deeper and deeper, talk about these different things, and bring up some more scriptures, and we'll put them on the screen and dissect. Maybe, you know, that might be a whole thing. Dissect some of these scriptures and break some of that down for the people, or at least give them our thoughts and open it up like that, and see where that goes. Might be some interesting things that come out of that too. Just going through some scriptures together, some different proverbs. That'd be cool. You know, like we were doing. That'd be cool too. So yeah. Let the audience maybe jump in and ask some questions that they might have, and get our thoughts on some different passages, things they may have questions about. Maybe we have the answer. Maybe, you know, might just be something that we all got to try to quest through and try to find out together on the fly live. That'd be cool. You know,
Absolutely.
Really, really cool. Yeah. So, yeah. So you just got a comment here. Did you see that? Back on the original topic. Yeah.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, Mike, here, I'll show you.
Oh, okay.
What you know about that?
The mole. No. Let's see. It's I mean, Drake's trying to say that he fed all the stories to Kendrick on purpose. Like, he was so diabolical, so masterminding, that he was 2 chess moves above Kendrick, to the point where he purposely got someone on his team to slip information to Kendrick's team so Kendrick could make up these verses about lies that was slid to him from Drake. So, this is all diabolical. Drake, it sounds like something he would do. So, yeah, it's pretty much my thoughts on it.
Yeah, it says he also says that it just happened about 30 minutes ago. So wants us to look it up. Mike, we were getting ready to sign off, so that might be something that we have to bring back into the picture on the next go round. Do you want to try to look it up right now, LA, or do you want to save it for the next time?
How much longer is it going to take? Do you got a time frame on it?
Well, see his comment here. He says they just brought it up. So let's see.
Hey, Mike.
See if I see something right quick. If I see something right quick, then, He didn't send the link, but
yeah, I gotta sign off. It's that time for me.
Okay, so we'll have to check it out and see if we can get into it. But we appreciate you, Mike. We were getting ready to sign off, and I did a quick search. I didn't see it yet. So next time, hopefully we can get into it. If not, let us know what's going on. Maybe LA can check back on the chat, on the comments, on replay. And if you leave the link, then maybe LA can give his thoughts on what's going on with that. But we do appreciate you chiming in. We appreciate that, Mike. And you have a good night, sir. He said he's going to drop us a sub there, LA. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, man. Hey, once again, LA Rhodes. Link is in the description. We do appreciate you, man. And let the people know what's coming up right quick as you sign off. Drop it on them again. Let them know what to look forward to as we sign off. Go ahead, sir.
New music video coming soon, titled "You Are a Dream."
LA Rhodes, making it happen, bringing in the beautiful spirit, the positivity. Thanks a lot, sir. You have a great night.
Good night.